Welcome back, brothers to Warhammer. Tonight we're diving into a theory of what happened to one of the lost Primarchs. Before we get to the madness, be sure to like and comment any videos and topics you want to see in the future. And be sure to subscribe for the Emperor. I want to thank you guys for the support. Y'all been killing it. Now, let's get into the madness.
One moment the Spear of Jove held station off the starboard quarter of the indomitable Reason, its armoured flanks glimmering beneath the dead light of Advex Moors. The next, its prow folded inward as though seized by an invisible fist. Adamantine ribs buckled. Gun decks collapsed into one another. The cruiser's spine bent until the vessel became a hooked shape of tortured metal, its engines still burning while its bridge was driven through its own reactor vaults. The explosion remained trapped inside the ship. Its void shields flared inward, becoming a cage of white fire. Thousands of crewmen burned behind intact armor plate. The cruiser shuddered, glowed from within, and came apart in silence. Lord Marshal Acastian Rook watched it die from the strategium of the indomitable Reason. No one spoke. The bridge was a cathedral of war, all brass-ribbed arches and suspended hololithic spheres, the air acrid with incense, machine oil, and the sweat of frightened men. Servitors hung from iron thrones along the lower galleries, their mouths moving in endless calculation. Hooded logisticians murmured into brass speaking tubes. Naval armsmen stood beneath the Aquila, with shock mauls held across their breastplates. Rook had commanded 40 compliances. He had broken fortress worlds, starved void kingdoms into submission, and reduced orbital bastions by mathematics alone. Every enemy possessed weight. Every defense consumed ammunition. Every army required food, fuel, repair, and time. Given sufficient guns and sufficient bodies, resistance became an equation. The Spear of Jove had not died according to any equation he understood. "Report," he said. His voice carried without effort. The Master of Auspex bowed over his station. Blood ran from one nostril, though he did not seem aware of it. "No hostile translation wake, Lord Marshal. No weapons discharge detected. No collision signature." "Then find me one." "Yes, Lord Marshal." The fleet continued to enter the system. Hundreds of Imperial warships emerged from the warp in ordered echelons, their hulls black against the pale star. Battleships and grand cruisers anchored the advance. Troop carriers, forge tenders, and munition hulks followed in dense procession. Escorts spread outward in knife-shaped hunting screens. Behind them came the slow, swollen silhouettes of mass conveyance vessels bearing millions of solar auxilia. Advex Moors had been classified as a minor Xenos protectorate. Rook stared at the primary world, hanging upon the hololith. The classification was wrong. Geometric forests covered the northern continents, each tree a column of black cartilage branching at perfect angles. No wind disturbed them. No thermal variation marked life beneath their canopies. The oceans reflected no starlight. Vast circular wounds opened and closed beneath the surface, swallowing entire tides. The system's moons had been hollowed out. Auspex returns showed cavities large enough to contain hive cities. Their crusts had been cut into ribbed apertures that contracted in slow, organic rhythm. Clouds of debris drifted into those openings and did not emerge. "They are feeding," whispered one of the iterators. Rook turned his head. The man flinched. "Remove him." Naval armsmen seized the iterator and dragged him from the strategium. Rook looked back to the display. A signal pulsed through the Vox. It was weak, human, repeated on an obsolete Imperial frequency. "Identify." The chief Vox officer bent toward his console. "Distress transmission from Karadgal, Lord Marshal." "That world was declared dead during the Age of Strife." "Yes, Lord Marshal." "Age of transmission?" The officer swallowed. "Current." The speakers crackled. A man screamed somewhere beneath layers of static. Then came a voice, faint and broken. "Imperial vessel, respond. We are still alive. By the throne, we are still alive. Do not leave us here." The message repeated. Other signals joined it. Hundreds at first, then thousands, pleas from planets whose populations had been recorded as extinct, naval recognition codes belonging to fleets lost centuries before the birth of the Imperium, cries for aid spoken in dialects no living scholar had heard outside archival vaults, the strategium filled with the dead begging to be rescued. Rook's jaw tightened. Silence all non-command frequencies. The Vox officers obeyed. The screaming continued. One of them drove both thumbs into his eyes. He did it calmly. There was no cry of pain, no hesitation. His fingers sank past the lids with a wet sound. Blood ran down his cheeks as he worked his thumbs deeper, rupturing the globes and grinding them against the sockets. The armsman nearest him froze. "Restrain him," Rook ordered. The blinded officer turned toward the Master of Ordnance. "Magazine vaults stand ready," he said. "Open all blast doors. Remove all safeties. The command is authenticated." The Master of Ordnance reached for his controls. An armsman shot him through the head. The bolt from the naval pistol punched through his temple and scattered teeth, bone and grey matter across the brass console. Alarms began to toll. Across the bridge, 3 servitors tore free of their restraint cables. A lieutenant began reciting launch codes for the ship's cyclonic torpedoes. "The Master of Auspex seized a Vox contamination," shouted Rook. "Sever the strategium from the fleet net." Tech priests bent to their panels. Mechadendrites flashed. The speakers filled with a new voice. It was Rook's. "Lance batteries. Acquire the transport Pride of Hesperon. Fire for effect." Rook stared at the Vox altar. He had given no such command. The indomitable reason fired. Its lance decks discharged in sequence, projecting pillars of white light across the void. The beams struck the transport amidships. Void shields failed. Armor vaporized. The vessel split open from prow to stern, spilling infantry, tanks, and burning atmosphere into space. 20,000 soldiers died before anyone understood they were under attack. "Kill the batteries," Rook said. "We cannot," answered the Master of Ordnance. "Then destroy their generators." The man hesitated. Rook drew his pistol and placed the muzzle against the officer's cheek. "Do it." Charges detonated through the lance control galleries. The indomitable reason shuddered as its own crew crippled its primary weapons. All across the fleet, Imperial ships began killing one another. Battleships fired into troop convoys at point-blank range. Escort squadrons broke formation and rammed their charges. Plasma drives overloaded. Magazine decks opened. Bridge officers obeyed voices belonging to admirals who had died generations before their great-grandfathers were born. Discipline did nothing. The infected believed themselves loyal. They saluted while murdering their comrades. Rook watched the fleet tear itself apart. Then the Rangdan vessels appeared. There were no warp wakes, no translation flares, no warning from the augurs. They were simply there. Black shapes occupied the gaps between Imperial ships, as though they had always existed, and reality had only now permitted mankind to see them. Some were long and narrow, ribbed like spinal columns. Others resembled swollen organs wrapped in metal ligaments. Their hulls opened in petaled apertures, releasing clouds of winged things that moved without propulsion. "Hostile contacts throughout the formation," said the Master of Auspex. His voice trembled. "How many?" The man looked down. "Too many." The Rangdan attacked. Nova cannon fired from the Imperial line, their shells crossing the void as artificial suns. One detonated within a cloud of organic interceptors and turned a region of space into incandescent ruin. Thousands of creatures vanished. More came through the fire. They struck cruiser hulls in black tides, cutting through armor with mandibles that glowed red at the edges. Boarding alarms screamed across every deck. Point defense batteries filled the void with tracer fire, reducing the first waves to shredded meat. The second wave used the corpses as cover. Rangdan gravitic weapons fired. No beam marked their passage. No projectile crossed the distance. An Imperial destroyer compressed along its central axis. Its prow drove backward. Its engines thrust forward. The ship folded until both ends met, trapping its crew within a sphere of collapsing decks. Armor split. Bodies erupted through seams in the hull as red mist and fragments of bone. 3 more escorts suffered the same fate. One burst apart before the screaming reached the fleet Vox. "Bring us about," Rook ordered. "Concentrate fire upon the nearest hostile." "Which hostile, Lord Marshal?" Rook looked at the hololith. Enemy vessels filled the formation. Any of them. The indomitable reason turned beneath the labor of its engines. Macro batteries opened fire. Shells the size of hab blocks struck a Rangdan vessel and tore through layers of black tissue, exposing a core of metal and pulsing yellow sacs. The creature did not withdraw. It accelerated. "Brace!" The impact hurled Rook from his command throne. The strategium tilted. Men fell screaming from upper galleries. Brass railings tore loose. A servitor's suspension chain snapped, sending its bloated body crashing through a tactical station. Emergency lumens ignited. Rook pushed himself upright. Blood ran through his beard. Damage. No answer came. The master of Auspex sat before his console, hands resting neatly upon his knees. Something moved behind his eyes. Rook raised his pistol. The man smiled. His jaw opened too far. Skin split at the corners of his mouth. A fan of translucent black filaments unfolded from his throat. Rook shot him 3 times. The first round tore away the lower half of his face. The second opened his chest. The third burst his skull across the console. The filaments continued to twitch. Rook stamped them into pulp. "Purge the bridge," he ordered. "Anyone speaking without authorization dies." The first landings began on Karad Gal, while the fleet burned above it. Solar Auxilia Cohort Primus descended through ash clouds beneath overlapping artillery fire. Dracosan transports struck the plain in disciplined waves, their armored hulls throwing up curtains of black dust. Malkador heavy tanks followed, grinding through vitrified soil. Lehman Russ squadrons advanced in chevron formation, while rapier batteries unlimbered behind them. Mechanicum automata marched among the armor. Castellax battle robots strode through shell bursts without slowing, Mauler cannon hammering at distant shapes. Thalax cohorts leapt on screaming jets of blue fire. Overhead, gunships stitched the horizon with rockets. For 9 minutes, the landing was perfect. Rook watched through fractured pict feeds. The Auxilia established fire corridors. Armor advanced by measure. Artillery reduced target zones according to schedule. The first Rangdan fortifications collapsed beneath massed bombardment. Cohort banners rose above the dust. Then the ground moved. The plains split open beneath the leading Malkadors. Not cracked, opened. The earth peeled back in geometric plates, revealing glistening tissue beneath. Black tendrils erupted from the wounds. One struck a tank through its glacis plate, punching through reinforced armor and emerging from the rear coated in blood and shredded uniforms. The crew died inside. Their bodies did not remain dead. The tendril divided into hair-thin strands and entered their skulls through eyes, ears, and mouths. The Malkador's turret turned. Its cannon fired into the Auxilia line. A Dracosan exploded. Another tendril wrapped around a Lehman Russ and squeezed. Armor buckled inward. The commander was forced through the open cupola in pieces, his ribs snapping through his coat as the tank crushed him from the legs upward. The plain became a forest of black limbs. Men vanished into the soil. Others were lifted screaming and pulled apart over their comrades. Blood rained across the hulls of advancing tanks. Mechanicum automata continued firing until tendrils entered their reactor housings and turned their weapons upon the infantry. "Fall back!" an Auxilia commander shouted over the Vox. A second voice answered in perfect imitation. "Advance! Advance! Advance!" The cohorts obeyed both orders at once. Formation collapsed. Rook received the first images of the human auxiliaries serving the Rangdan. They came through the smoke in ranks. They had once been men. Their skeletons had been drawn outward through their flesh, forming pale cages around their torsos. Ribs curved over faces. Shoulder blades had been lengthened into hooked armor. Their mouths were gone, replaced by trembling sensory fans that tasted the air. Their arms possessed too many joints. They carried weapons grown around their hands. Each discharge made them convulse. The more pain they suffered, the faster the weapons fired. Solar auxiliary volleys tore them apart. Still, they advanced. One lost both legs and dragged itself forward on exposed forearm bones. Another continued firing after its head had been reduced to wet fragments. Behind them came greater shapes, walking beneath the dust. "Signal all surviving ground forces," Rook said. "Concentrate upon landing zone Calthus. Prepare for immediate extraction." The Vox officer turned toward him. "Lord Marshal." Rook saw relief in the man's face. A new fleet had entered the system. The vessels were pale, immense. They bore little ornament beyond dark gun ports and the sigil of a forgotten blade upon their prows. They did not announce themselves with triumphal hymns. They did not request recognition. They opened fire. Rangdan vessels vanished beneath converging lance strikes. Boarding organisms burned in their thousands. Pale cruisers drove into the enemy formation with cold, exact violence, every movement supporting the next. A figure appeared upon the Strategium hololith. He wore ivory warplate marked by old scars. His face was severe, his hair bound close to his skull. A black cloak hung from one shoulder. He looked at Rook, as though the deaths of ships and armies were numbers already calculated. "Lord Marshal Acastian Rook," he said. "I am Legion Master Caedmon Raal of the 2nd Legion." Rook straightened, despite the blood on his face. "Legion Master, the system is compromised. The enemy has infiltrated our command network. Ground forces require extraction." "No." Rook felt the word like a blow. Raal continued. "Every surviving vessel will submit to Legion command. Your fleet will reform around our line ships. Damaged craft will be abandoned. Contaminated vessels will be destroyed. There are millions of soldiers below. They are not being extracted." Rook stared at him. "By whose authority?" The hololith flickered. A second figure stood behind Raal, larger. The image could not contain him properly. Gold light broke around the edges of his form, though no gold adorned his armor. His face possessed the terrible perfection common to the Emperor's sons, but there was no warmth in it, no anger, no pity, only attention. "The Primarch has taken command," Raal said. The connection ended. On Karad Gal, landing zone Calthus ceased to exist. A Rangdan war organism emerged from beneath it. It rose through armor, infantry, and earth alike, a mountain of black plates and jointed limbs. Its body crushed super-heavy tanks beneath its weight. Its head opened in concentric rings, revealing rows of grinding bone. Anti-armor fire struck it from every direction. It did not slow. The first teleport flare ignited beneath its shadow. 500 legionaries appeared in a storm of white light. The Primarch stood at their center. Anti-tank beams struck him. His armor burned. The ground exploded beneath his boots. He walked forward through the fire. The 2nd Legion advanced behind him, bolters firing in measured volleys. Explosive shells burst against the creature's limbs, stripping flesh and plate. Heavy support squads brought Volkite culverins to bear. Crimson beams crossed the smoke, cooking tissue until it burst from within. The Primarch reached the creature first. His glaive was longer than a man was tall, its blade wreathed in pale lightning. He drove it through one of the war organism's forward limbs, severing the joint. Black fluid erupted across him. The beast struck back. A limb the size of a siege tower smashed him through a tank wreck. The Primarch rose before the debris settled. He leapt. His glaive punched through the creature's neck. The blade lodged deep between armored vertebrae. The organism reared, lifting him from the ground. He released the weapon. His hands seized the plates around its skull. For a moment, neither moved. Then the Primarch pulled. Armor split. Tendons snapped like ship cables. The creature's head opened beneath his strength, black plates tearing apart, to reveal a pulsing mass of grey and violet tissue. He thrust both hands into the opening. The war organism screamed through every vox set in the system. The sound killed men aboard ships in orbit. The Primarch tore its skull in half. The creature collapsed around him. When the dust cleared, he stood within the ruin of its head, drenched in black blood and fragments of neural tissue. Raal approached. "Shall I order it burned, Father?" The Primarch looked down at the exposed brain. It continued to pulse. "No." Raal paused. "Preserve it." "For study?" The Primarch rested one blood-darkened hand upon the dying organ. "This was not an officer," he said. "It was not a soldier." The brain convulsed beneath his touch. It was a finger. He looked toward the black horizon, where the geometric forests were beginning to unfold. "Something has noticed us." The second Primarch dismantled the war in less than an hour. He did not reinforce the surviving fronts. He abolished them. The hololithic display above the strategium of the Indomitable Reason bled red across half the Advex Mors system. Imperial fleet markers drifted in broken constellations. Karad Gal's continental landmass shone beneath a veil of casualty runes, each one representing a regiment, armor cohort, or support formation no longer answering command. Lord Marshal Acastian Rook stood beneath the projection, with dried blood blackening one side of his face. Around him, naval officers and solar auxiliary commanders waited in exhausted silence. Legionaries of the Second occupied the strategium's entrances, their pale plate marked by soot and Rangdan ichor. The Primarch looked upon catastrophe and began assigning it purpose. "Karad Gal will be divided into 9 operational corridors," he said. "The eastern 3 are sacrificial. Their forces will continue transmitting offensive intent and requests for reinforcement. No reinforcement will be sent." Rook stared at the crimson bands forming across the world. "Those corridors contain 4 full cohorts. They contain bait." The Primarch touched one clawed fingertip to the hololith. The western hemisphere rotated into view. "These regions will be surrendered in stages. Ammunition stores are to be mined before withdrawal. Fuel reserves will be contaminated with rad salts. Every fixed gun unable to redeploy will be set to fire until its breach fails." A naval prefect cleared his throat. "My lord, without a continuous line, the enemy will penetrate between our formations." "Yes." The prefect hesitated, awaiting correction. None came. The Primarch continued. "Mobile execution groups will occupy the gaps. Armor, Legion destroyer cadres, Mechanicum automata, and what remains of your air assets. They will not hold territory. They will kill whatever enters, then relocate before the enemy can concentrate." New symbols appeared across the display. Sharp white clusters moved through the red zones like blades thrust into flesh. "The Rangdan are reading our command structure," said the Primarch. "Therefore, we will provide them with several." False fleet headquarters were assigned to crippled cruisers. Dead officers were declared active and issued operational authority through pre-recorded orders. Vox networks were divided into contradictory command chains, each transmitting plausible but incompatible strategies. Astropathic choirs began broadcasting reinforcement schedules for armies that did not exist. Rook watched the plan unfold. It violated every doctrine by which he had conquered worlds. It abandoned territorial integrity, broke unified command, and treated entire armies as instruments of deception. It was also, he realized, the first plan that acknowledged the nature of the enemy. A transmission forced itself through the strategium speakers. "Command, this is General Mailer at Bastion Hallex. We have wounded in excess of transport capacity. Enemy movement is increasing beneath the substructure. We require immediate evacuation." The voice cracked beneath distant gunfire. Another signal overrode it. 17th Cohort Command to Fleet. We hold 13 million fighting personnel and camp followers within the southern enclosure. Landing fields remain serviceable. Repeat, landing fields remain serviceable. The Primarch enlarged the orbital map. "Withdraw the carrier groups beyond the moon's shadow," he said. "Their current station exposes the fleet's logistical core." Rook looked at him. "The carriers are the only vessels capable of lifting those troops. I am aware. 13 million souls. 13 million mouths consuming supplies while trapped beneath an enemy-controlled sky." The speakers hissed. "Lord Marshal, confirm extraction. We can hold for 6 hours, perhaps 8. The Primarch turned to a Mechanicum adept. "Projected fuel expenditure for mass retrieval?" The adept's face was a mask of bronze lenses and hanging cables. "Minimum expenditure, assuming partial atmospheric control, would consume 37% of remaining descent reserves. Probability of losing more than half the carriers exceeds 60%. Then there will be no retrieval." Rook stepped forward. "My lord, those soldiers can still fight. They are fighting. They will die." The Primarch looked at him. There was no contempt in his expression, no irritation, no satisfaction, only assessment. "They will occupy the Rangdan while we prepare the counterstroke. Their deaths purchase time. Time purchases position. Position purchases victory." The distress signal continued beneath his words. "We have civilians in the lower manufactoria. Children. Throne preserve us. There are children here." The Primarch gestured, and the system's fuel reserves replaced Karad Gal upon the hololith. "Reduce all non-essential reactor output by 1/5. Abandon damaged escorts requiring more than 12 hours of repair. Their crews will be transferred only where shuttle expenditure does not compromise combat readiness." The trapped general began reciting the names of his regiments. The Primarch discussed Prometheum. Caedmon Ra'al watched his father and felt the first hairline fracture appear within his devotion. He had witnessed the Primarch condemn men before. Entire populations had been surrendered during compliances when resistance rendered them strategically worthless. Cities had burned beneath orbital fire because prolonged siege would have cost more than annihilation. Ra'al had never mistaken war for mercy, yet there had always been purpose beyond calculation. The Primarch had spoken of unity, of an imperium raised from the bones of old night. He had acknowledged sacrifice as a wound carried by those who ordered it. Now he did not even appear wounded. Ra'al studied his Gene Father's profile while the strategium filled with dying voices. The Primarch's face was without anger, grief, or pride. It might have been carved from pale stone. 13 million deaths did not please him. Neither did they burden him. They existed as quantities within a greater operation. Ra'al wondered whether his father regarded his own sons differently. The thought came unbidden. He crushed it. "Legion Master," said the Primarch. Ra'al bowed his head. "Father, prepare the specimen." The captured organism had been transferred to the apothecarian vaults beneath 7 containment fields. It had been cut from the skull of the war beast slain at landing zone Kalthus. The organ should not have survived separation from its body. It should not have retained awareness after half its mass was destroyed. It watched them enter. The thing lay within a restraint cradle fashioned for dreadnought sarcophagi. Layers of translucent flesh had grown across the severed brain, shaping themselves into the suggestion of a torso. No true limbs had formed. Instead, cords of muscle and nerve writhed against adamantium shackles. Apothecaries surrounded it. Their white armor had been repainted with warning sigils. Narthecium blades, bone saws and extraction needles hung ready from their gauntlets. Mechanicum specialists occupied the upper galleries, incense rising from their censers as they chanted Binharic prohibitions. Chief Apothecary Sevrak inclined his head. "My Primarch, the organism has constructed 6 additional circulatory systems since confinement. Each draws nutrients from the containment medium. Remove the outer tissue. Sedation may reduce regenerative activity. No sedation." Sevrak looked at the creature. It responds violently to pain. That is why it will feel everything. The Primarch approached the cradle. Pain narrows attention. Whatever intelligence inhabits this tissue remains dispersed. Agony will force it nearer the surface. The apothecaries began. Mono-edged blades opened the false flesh from throat to abdomen. Black fluid spilled into drainage channels, steaming where it touched the steel. The organism convulsed against its restraints. Hooks entered the incision and pulled the tissue apart. Beneath the outer layer lay human nerves. Not one nervous system. Dozens. Spinal cords had been braided together into pale cables. Ganglia clustered like swollen fruit. Fragments of brainstem twitched within membranous sacs, each one connected to the central mass by black filaments. Sevrak worked with brutal precision. He removed a child's spinal column from the creature's chest. It was fresh enough that blood still moved through the vessels. A Mechanicum adept extended a cluster of lenses. Genetic variation indicates source material from at least 47 human populations, several display markers belonging to civilizations absent from imperial records. The organism made a sound. At first, Rahal believed it was screaming. Then he recognized laughter. The noise emerged from the stolen nerves without lungs or mouth. Every severed brainstem spasmed in sequence, forming a chorus of wet clicks and gasping voices. The Primarch leaned closer. "Attend me." The black filaments turned toward him. The apothecarian vanished. Rahal remained standing, yet the chamber had become a city beneath an emerald sun. Towers of glass rose through violet clouds. Winged beings moved between them, their bodies adorned in silver cloth. The air tasted warm and sweet. Then the sky opened. Black vessels descended without flame. The towers bent. The winged inhabitants fell screaming as invisible pressure crushed them against the streets. Their bones emerged through their skin. Their songs became weapon signals transmitted by Rangdan mouths. The vision changed. A human empire stretched across 1,000 systems. Its people wore armor of radiant bronze and commanded machines that walked through folded space. They fought the Rangdan for 3 centuries. In the final year, their emperor ordered every child born with hands removed so they could not operate enemy devices when captured. It did not save them. The vision changed again. Terror stood beneath a dead sun. The imperial palace had become a tomb spanning continents. Billions of pilgrims crawled upon bloodied knees toward a golden throne. Upon it sat a corpse bound within cables, its flesh rotten, its mouth open in an eternal scream. Priests carried banners bearing the emperor's image. Armies slaughtered worlds in his name. Machines were worshipped because their workings had been forgotten. Humanity endured, but did not live. The Rangdan chorus spoke through every stolen throat. "Behold the dominion you build." Rahal reached for his blade. His gauntlet closed upon empty air. The Primarch stood within the vision, facing the corpse upon the throne. "You offer prophecy," he said. "We offer memory. This has not occurred. It occurs. It has occurred. It is permitted to occur." The corpse emperor turned its head. Empty sockets faced the Primarch. Rahal felt something press against his mind. It entered through old doubts and unspoken fears, testing them like fingers pushed into wounds. He saw the Second Legion kneeling before a broken throne. He saw his own armor painted over, his name erased from campaign rolls, his gene seed sealed beneath an unknown fortress. He heard his father call him expendable. Rahal snarled and drove his fist into his breastplate. Pain returned him to the apothecarian for half a heartbeat. The Primarch did not move. The Rangdan visions intensified. Civilizations rose and died around him. Suns were harvested. Species were bred into living tools. Entire populations became nervous systems for machines larger than moons. Every empire believed itself eternal. Every conqueror named atrocity necessity. The Primarch raised one hand. "Then remember me." The vision broke. Something else poured into the creature. Raal saw white light, a chamber beneath a mountain, glass cylinders towering into darkness, genetic engines humming behind walls thick enough to survive planetary bombardment. The Emperor stood beside unfinished bodies, not suns, weapons. The second Primarch lay beneath transparent fluid, half-formed and already conscious. He could not move. He could not breathe. He could hear every instrument cutting, stitching, measuring and altering him. A voice spoke beyond the glass. Again. His heart stopped. Lightning struck through the fluid. His heart began once more. Again. The memory repeated. Death, awakening, drowning, fire driven through infant nerves, bones broken and regrown stronger, organs removed while awareness remained intact. The Primarch forced the memories into the Rangdan construct. The creature convulsed. Its stolen nervous systems fired at once. Human voices shrieked from within its flesh. Brain sacs swelled until their membranes turned transparent. The Primarch gave it more. He showed it the first moment he saw the Emperor's face and understood that the being before him was both father and jailer. He showed it compliance worlds burning beneath the banners of unity. He showed it brother Primarchs smiling while measuring one another as rivals. The Rangdan attempted to withdraw. The Primarch seized the connection. "No," he said. "You wish to know me." The first borrowed brain ruptured. Grey matter sprayed across Sevrak's armor. Others followed. Neural sacs burst in wet succession. Blood and cerebrospinal fluid flooded the cradle. The construct thrashed so violently that one restraint tore free and decapitated a mechanicum thrall. Then it collapsed. Smoke rose from the opened cavity. Raal returned fully to himself. He found one knee pressed against the deck. Warning runes pulsed across his visor. His secondary heart raced. The Primarch stood untouched. "What did it show you?" Raal asked. "A possible failure. The Imperium? Everything fails eventually." The Primarch reached into the corpse and removed a still-twitching strand of black tissue. "These organisms are not commanders." Sevrak wiped matter from his lenses. "They direct enemy forces. They are concentrations, temporary identities permitted to exist when the greater intelligence requires focus." Raal looked at the ruined creature. "A collective mind?" "Not precisely. A collective suggests equal participation. This is selection. Something decides which minds may become individuals and which remain components." The Primarch held the filament up to the light. "We have killed hands and mistaken them for generals. We have destroyed mouths and believed them kings. What then rules them? That is what we will find." The counteroffensive began before Karadgal's trapped armies fell silent. Destroyer squads descended upon the eastern hives beneath skies stained green by rad storms. Their armor was sealed, their heraldry obscured beneath ash and chemical residue. They carried weapons forbidden on compliant worlds and tolerated only where survival outweighed inheritance. Rad missiles struck first. Warheads burst above the hive districts and filled the streets with invisible death. Human thralls collapsed as marrow liquefied within their bones. Rangdan organisms blistered, split and shed layers of flesh that crawled independently before dying. Phosphex followed. White-green flame poured through hab towers and manufactoria shafts. It clung to stone, steel and skin, seeking movement and heat. Creatures fled screaming from one inferno, only for the fire to pursue them around corners and through ventilation ducts. Volkite culverins swept the avenues. Crimson beams struck Rangdan bodies and boiled their internal fluids. Flesh detonated outward in steaming sheets. One creature burst so violently that fragments of its armor killed 3 human auxiliaries behind it. Graviton imploders crushed fortified structures into dense masses of metal and bone. Entire blocks folded downward. Streets became pits filled with compressed corpses. The land did not merely burn, it became barren in ways nature could not repair. The Primarch had ordered it so. Nothing was to remain that the Rangdan might consume, inhabit or remember through living tissue. Hive Carthus resisted for 6 hours. Its outer walls had once been imperial. Now they breathed. Gun emplacements opened like eyes within the battlements. Captured artillery protruded from cartilage sockets. Human faces covered the gates. Thousands fused together, their mouths opening in a single howl as the Second Legion advanced. The Primarch walked ahead of his honor guard. His power glaive rested across both hands. Lightning crawled along its blade. In his other grip, he carried an Archaeotech pistol of black metal, its barrel surrounded by rotating rings. Enemy fire converged upon him. He continued walking. The pistol discharged. There was no muzzle flash, only a brief distortion in the air. A compressed pulse of thermal force crossed the battlefield and struck a Rangdan weapons tower. The structure glowed white, then collapsed as every liquid within it became vapor. The Primarch did not pause. His tactical commands flowed through the Legion network with impossible precision. 3rd Company, elevation 700, break the upper aperture. Bolter fire shifted. Destroyers, seal the western transit arteries. Phosphex missiles arced overhead. Armor reserve, advance 12 lengths. Fire beneath the gate, not upon it. Malcador siege tanks discharged together. Shells struck below the living doors and ruptured the tissue anchoring them to the wall. The gates sagged. The Primarch reached them before they fell. Rangdan warriors descended upon him. Tall, many-jointed forms wrapped in black plate, each carrying blades that bent light around their edges. The first lost both arms to a single sweep of the glaive. The return stroke removed its head. The Primarch shot the second through the chest. Thermal pressure burst it open from within, scattering cooked organs across the gate. A third struck his shoulder. Its weapon sheared through the outer layer of his pauldron. He caught its wrist, broke the limb backward, and drove the exposed bone through its throat. He fought without fury. Every movement was exact. No blow wasted strength. No kill lasted longer than required. His sons followed through the breach, bolters roaring in controlled cadence. The hive's inhabitants waited within. Imperial prisoners filled the first transit vault. Thousands knelt between transport hulks, their hands raised. Auxiliar uniforms hung from starved bodies. Some wept at the sight of the Legion. "By the throne," one man cried. "You came." Captain Orsain moved toward them. The Primarch extended one arm. "Hold." Orsain stopped. The prisoners continued pleading. "We are untainted," called an officer. "They kept us for labor. We resisted them. Scan us, Lord. In the Emperor's name, scan us." The Primarch looked into their eyes. Raal saw nothing at first. Then the prisoners blinked together. Black shapes moved behind their pupils. "Kill them," said the Primarch. The officer screamed. "No!" Orsain did not raise his bolter. "My lord, apothecaries can examine them. They are already dead. Some may be recoverable." The Primarch turned. Raal saw the moment Orsain understood his error. The Primarch crossed the distance between them and seized the captain by the helm. He drove Orsain's head against the side of a Dracosan transport. Ceramite cracked. He struck him again. The helm split. Blood sprayed across the hull. A third impact crushed the captain's skull into the gorget. The body remained upright for a heartbeat before collapsing, neck armor spilling blood and fragments of bone. The Primarch looked to Orsain's second. "You command now." The legionary raised his bolter. "By your will, father." The Second Legion opened fire. Explosive rounds tore through the prisoners. Bodies burst apart in ranks. Limbs spun through the air. Men crawled across a floor slick with blood until bolter fire reduced them to pieces. Behind their shattered eyes, black parasites writhed from ruined sockets. The Primarch walked through the dead. Beneath Hive Carthus, the Legion found the gate. It stood within a cavern lined by fossilized human spines. Thousands had been fused together into arches, their vertebrae polished smooth by age. Between them flowed living metal, black and reflective, shifting without heat. The gate possessed no visible mechanism. It activated when the Primarch approached. The metal surface drew inward. Darkness opened beyond it, not empty, but deep, as though the aperture looked into a night larger than the cavern could contain. Every legionary raised his weapon. Raal stepped beside his father. "Do you recognize this?" The Primarch stared into the black. No. Something moved on the other side. Not a body, an attention. The air thickened. Blood ran from the eyes of nearby mortal soldiers. Mechanicum adepts collapsed as their implants screamed static into their brains. A voice emerged from the gate. It spoke through the fossilized spines, through the dead prisoners above, through the ruined Rangdan construct aboard the fleet. Brother of the unmade. For the first time since entering Advex Moors, the Primarch smiled. It was not a human expression. "Open it," he said. The gate did not lead downward. It had been built beneath Hive Karthis, buried under strata of dead industry and fossilized bone. Yet the passage beyond opened beneath a sky without stars. Caedmon Raal crossed the threshold behind his gene father and felt gravity seize him. From 3 directions, his armor locked at the knees. Warning runes flared across his visor as the suit's inertial systems fought to decide which surface was the ground. For a moment, Raal stood upon the black threshold, while the cavern behind him remained upright and the world ahead revolved in silence. Then, reality chose a direction. His boots struck stone. The gate stood behind him like a vertical wound, its darkness framed by arches of human vertebrae. Through it, apothecaries and legion veterans entered in disciplined files. Mechanicum Magi came next, moving upon tracked bodies and jointed steel limbs, their sensors spilling coded incense. Solar Auxilia followed beneath cohort standards, Lazarifals raised, their void-sealed armor dulled by the blood and ash of Hive Karthis. They emerged into a place no cartographer could have mapped. The horizon curved upward. Vast surfaces enclosed the expedition on every side, though none appeared connected. Mountains hung inverted above them. Rivers of black liquid flowed vertically into distant apertures. Structures the size of hive cities clung to the inner walls of the impossible world, their towers projecting inward toward a central emptiness filled with pale vapor. There was no sun. Light came from the stone itself, a bruised radiance pulsing through veins beneath the floor. Raal magnified the distant terrain. The optics returned contradictory measurements. A bridge appearing several kilometers away, registered as both within weapons range and farther distant than Karadgal's moon. "Range-finding failure," said one of the veterans. "No," replied the Primarch. "Range is functioning. Distance is not." He stood at the head of the column, immense in pale armor stained with dried black blood. The power glaive rested in his hands. Its blade hummed against the local gravity, casting thin lines of lightning across the ground. A Mechanicum Magos extended a nest of sensor veins. Geospatial coherence is absent. Local dimensions display discontinuous adjacency. This environment cannot be contained within the mass detected beneath the hive. "It is not beneath the hive," said the Primarch. Raal looked back at the gate. Beyond it, the skull lamps of the subterranean chamber flickered. The aperture remained no wider than a fortress doorway. The space before them could have swallowed a continent. "The Rangdan have folded locations together," the Primarch continued. "This is not a fortress. It is a road." The Magos clicked in machine code. "A transit network?" "A network of conquered spaces. Their principal worlds may be linked through it. Perhaps their fleets do not translate through the warp, because they have no need." Raal remembered enemy vessels appearing within the expeditionary formation without warning, as though the darkness between Imperial ships had opened and released them. "Then this place reaches beyond Advex Moors. Much farther." The Primarch turned toward the assembled force. 3,000 veterans of the Second Legion stood in ordered ranks. Their warplate bore the marks of campaigns forgotten by the wider Imperium, each warrior armed for close assault and prolonged isolation. Heavy support cadres carried Volkite culverins and plasma cannon. Destroyer squads wore rad-sealed armor and bore canisters marked with the black sigils of sanctioned extinction. Behind them waited several cohorts of solar auxilia, thousands of mortal soldiers accompanied by rapier weapons teams, medici sections and light armor brought through the gate piece by piece. The Mechanicum contingent clustered around sealed engines whose purposes Raal had not been told. The force was formidable by the measure of any compliance. Within the labyrinth, it seemed painfully small. The Primarch opened a channel to the fleet. "Lord Marshal Rook." The reply arrived through static. "My lord, you will hold the gate for 72 hours. No vessel is to approach the surface without Legion authorization. If we have not returned when that period expires, destroy Hive Karthis from orbit." Silence followed. Rook understood what destruction meant. The gate could not be trusted to die beneath conventional fire. "Cyclonic warheads?" he asked. "Everything." "My lord, there may be survivors within the Hive." "There are not. And if you remain beyond the gate, then I will be among the acceptable losses." Raal looked at his father. The words carried no greater weight than his earlier condemnation of 13 million mortal soldiers. Rook's voice hardened. "Command received." The transmission ended. The gate closed behind the last auxilia carrier. Living metal drew across the opening until Karadgal vanished. The fossilized spines dimmed. For the first time since his creation, Raal stood in a place where the light of the Imperium could not reach him. The march began. The Primarch abandoned conventional Vox protocol before the first hour ended. Voices had entered the command network. At first they spoke through static, fragments of orders, coordinates without context, requests for ammunition from squads marching within sight of one another. Then the Emperor addressed them. "Second Legion," said the voice of the Master of Mankind. "Your gene father has been compromised. Execute him." The column halted. Every warrior heard it. Rahal's finger tightened upon the activation stud of his power sword. He knew the voice. He had heard the Emperor speak upon Terra, had knelt beneath that impossible golden presence, and felt his thoughts reduced to ash. The command carried the same depth, the same certainty, the same authority that reached beneath language and pressed against the instincts bred into every legionary. Several veterans turned toward the Primarch. The Primarch did not look back. "Sequence 11, he said. Raal answered before doubt could form. "Prime. Continuation? 13, 17, 19, 23. The warriors around him repeated the sequence. The false Emperor continued issuing commands. The Legion ignored him. Before entering the gate, the Primarch had assigned mathematical forms to every officer, squad, and tactical order. No command was valid unless accompanied by the correct progression. Speech itself had become secondary. Identity was proven through numbers that changed according to patterns memorized aboard the fleet. The labyrinth altered the voices. It could not alter mathematics quickly enough. The next attack came through sight. Dead brothers joined the march. Raal saw Captain Orsain walking beside an auxilia cohort, the rear of his skull still crushed from where the Primarch had broken it against the Dracosan hull. Blood ran beneath the dead captain's gorget. Fragments of bone protruded through one eye lens. Orsain looked toward Raal. "You watched him murder me." Raal kept walking. "I hesitated once," said the corpse. "You hesitate every hour." Raal recited his assigned sequence over the command channel. Orsain smiled inside the broken helm. "You think obedience makes you loyal. It only makes you next." The apparition remained beside him for 27 paces, though no sensor registered its presence. Then it was gone. Others saw different ghosts. Legionaries raised weapons against warriors wearing their own heraldry. Auxilia soldiers forgot which cohort banners they had followed through the gate. One section opened fire upon its supporting rapier crew after the gunner's armor appeared to change color before their eyes. The Legion killed the infected quickly. A mortal lieutenant tore the seals from his helmet, insisting he had never joined the expedition and that his family waited for him on Terra. He inhaled the labyrinth's thin atmosphere and drowned upon dry stone, lungs filling with black fluid that had not existed a moment earlier. A veteran sergeant stopped in the center of the column and asked Raal which legion they served. Raal gave the countersign. The sergeant responded incorrectly. 3 bolt rounds struck him before he could raise his weapon. His body came apart at the waist. The Primarch never slowed the advance. Memory is its battlefield, he said. Therefore, memory is no longer evidence. They passed into the first hall of conquerors. The walls breathed. At a distance, they appeared to be carved with statues. As the column drew nearer, Raal saw eyelids fluttering within the stone. Bodies had been set into the walls in ordered ranks. Human kings wore corroded crowns above faces preserved in waxen stillness. Xenos warlords hung within translucent membranes, their limbs arranged around them like the legs of impaled insects. Psykers floated in iron cages, their skulls opened and their brains threaded into the surrounding structure. There were thousands, perhaps millions. The hall extended beyond sight in both directions, every surface crowded with the remains of those who had resisted the Rangdan. Not all were dead. A human monarch turned his head as the Primarch passed. His body had been flayed from the neck down and spread across the wall like a banner. Metallic roots entered every exposed nerve. His lips had long ago been removed, yet a voice emerged from his throat. I burned 9 worlds rather than yield them. Another prisoner spoke. I fed my heirs to engines that dreamt of victory. A many-limbed Xenos champion opened 12 eyes. I slew every Rangdan form that entered my kingdom. They learned me. They remade my armies from what I taught them. The voices multiplied. Every captive offered a history of resistance. Every victory had become instruction. The Rangdan had preserved their enemies not as trophies, but as archives. Warlords served as tactical libraries. Psykers became maps of forbidden perception. Civilizations remained conscious within the walls, so their failures could be studied forever. A Mechanicum Magos approached one of the human captives. The Primarch caught the machine priest by the throat and lifted him from the floor. No contact. The Magos's mechanical limbs scraped uselessly against the Primarch's gauntlet. Data acquisition would possess significant strategic value. The wall has been waiting for you to believe that. The Primarch cast him aside. The Magos struck the stone hard enough to buckle his spinal housing. The captives began laughing. One voice rose above the others. Weapons seeded through unreality. The words traveled along the hall. 1,000 mouths repeated them. Weapons seeded through unreality. Sun cast into the storm. Flesh wrought in the first chamber. Purpose concealed beneath the Father's light. The Primarch stopped. Raal felt the change in him. It was Minot. A slight tightening of the hand around his glaive. A fractional turn of the head toward the speaking wall. The Rangdan had found a wound. You know what he is, Raal said. The walls answered together. We know where he passed. Images unfolded across the stone. 20 infant shapes burned through a tempest of impossible color. They were scattered across darkness, each enclosed within a capsule of metal and golden light. Things moved within the storm around them. Vast intelligences without bodies. Teeth formed from moments. Hands shaped from unborn possibilities. Raal saw one capsule turn. Not by chance. Something touched it. The infant within opened his eyes. The vision vanished. The Emperor's sons were scattered by the warp, Raal said. This is known. Scattered, whispered the wall. Guided, chosen, seeded. The Primarch resumed walking. Raal followed. You have seen this before. No. The answer came too quickly. Raal looked at his Gene father's back. You knew the title spoken at the gate. I knew it was intended for me. That is not the same thing. The Primarch stopped again. The column passed around them, Legion veterans and mortal troops marching into the bruised distance. For several heartbeats, father and son stood alone beside the imprisoned conquerors. When I was young, the Primarch said, I dreamt of black suns. Raal waited. My homeworld possessed no such stars, yet I saw them each time I slept. They hung above cities made from bone. Voices spoke beneath them. What did they say? That no created thing is obligated to its creator. Raal felt cold spread through his transhuman body. You never told the Emperor. I told him enough. And now? Now I have found the source. You followed those dreams here. The Primarch looked toward the hall's distant end. I followed an enemy that believed it had known me before I knew myself. The wall laughed softly. Raal no longer knew whether his father had entered the labyrinth to destroy the Rangdan or to hear the rest of what they had promised him. The galleries widened. Their ceilings vanished into darkness. Structures rose within them. Entire cities built between pillars larger than mountain ranges. Empty bridges crossed abysses that emitted warm air smelling of blood and burned metal. Movement filled the horizon. Millions of human soldiers advanced toward the Imperial column. They came in ranks vast enough to cover the floor from wall to wall. Some wore fragments of armor belonging to forgotten armies. Others were naked, their bodies reinforced with rods of black bone. Captured Imperial vehicles moved among them, no longer machines in any pure sense. Lehman Russ tanks crawled upon jointed legs, grown through their tracks. Baneblade hulls bore swollen organs where turrets had once stood. Guns protruded from human torsos, fused across their armor. Walking siege organisms towered above the army. Their limbs struck the floor with the impact of falling buildings. Each bore fortress structures upon its back, crowded with gun emplacements and screaming captives wired into targeting systems. Raal opened the Legion channel. Defensive formation, heavy support to the inner line, auxiliary armor forward by cohorts. The Primarch overrode him. Advance. Raal turned. Father, their strength is sufficient to envelop us. Then we will not remain where they can. The enclosed atmosphere will not sustain full incendiary deployment. The Primarch looked toward the endless army. Destroyers, phosphex. Even the legionaries hesitated, only for a heartbeat. Then the black-armored squads stepped forward. Missile racks elevated. Canisters cycled into launch chambers. Warning sigils flashed across every visor. Raal moved beside his Gene father. Our own troops will breathe the residue. Their filters will hold. And when they do not, they will continue advancing until they suffocate. The phosphex fell. White-green stars descended upon the human army. The first detonations spread wider than fire should have traveled. Burning gel leapt from body to body, hunting heat through the packed ranks. Soldiers became torches. They ran blindly, colliding with those behind them and spreading the flame across thousands more. The hall turned into an inferno. Auxiliary artillery opened fire through the burning masses. Rapier batteries hammered corridors into the enemy. Volkite beams passed through smoke, striking bodies until internal fluids flashed to vapor. The enslaved army continued forward. Burning men clung to legionaries. Their fingers fused against ceramite. Bolt rounds burst them apart at arm's reach, showering armor with cooked organs and splinters of flaming bone. A siege organism stepped through the blaze. Its lower limbs had burned to exposed black skeletons, yet it advanced. Guns fired from its back, hurling shells into the auxiliary formations. One detonation opened a carrier from roof to floor. Men emerged burning, their sealed suits filled with flame. The Primarch directed the advance through the center. Maintain pace. The atmosphere thickened. Phosphex consumed oxygen faster than the labyrinth could replace it. Smoke became a solid wall. Filters screamed warnings. Mortal soldiers stumbled as atomized flesh clogged their intake systems. An auxiliary trooper fell beside Raal. The man tore at his gorget, vomiting into his helmet. Blood foamed from his mouth. His lungs worked desperately against sealed air that no longer passed through the filter. Raal reached down. The Primarch's command came across the channel. "Leave him." Raal withdrew his hand. The trooper died, clawing at his visor. Others followed. Entire files of auxilia slowed, dropped to their knees, and collapsed beneath the boots of the formations behind them. Discipline kept the survivors marching over the bodies. The Legion advanced through a moving hell. The floor burned. The walls burned. Corpses burned long after flesh should have been consumed. Phosphex crawled across armor, seeking cracks and damaged seals. Legionaries scraped it away with combat blades while continuing to fire. The Primarch never reduced the pace. At last, the enemy line broke, not from fear. The enslaved soldiers simply ceased receiving direction. Millions collapsed at once, strings cut from puppets. Some remained alive, staring upward while the flames found them. Beyond them waited a circular chamber. Its scale defied measurement. At its center rose a throne of flesh. The sovereign organism filled the chamber from floor to ceiling. Its body was a layered mass of nerve tissue, armored plates, and suspended organs. Thousands of spinal columns descended from it into pools of black liquid. Faces emerged across its surface, human and Xenos, each speaking fragments of commands in different languages. It was not the ruler of the Rangdan. Raal understood that before the Primarch said it. It is an interface. The sovereign opened its eyes. There were no fewer than 1,000. The chamber vanished beneath the pressure of its attention. Raal saw armies across distant systems, subject species breeding in pens beneath alien suns, fleets hidden between folded worlds, minds linked in chains spanning sectors. The organism addressed the Primarch alone, but every warrior heard it. "Take them." The Primarch stood before the throne. Every army, every vessel, every conquered bloodline, every memory preserved within us. Take dominion. Black tendrils descended around him. You were fashioned to command. Your creator fears what he fashioned. We do not. Raal raised his sword. "Father." The Primarch stepped forward. For one terrible instant, Raal believed he would kneel. Instead, the glaive rose in both hands. The Primarch drove it into the sovereign's central cortex. Lightning flooded the chamber. The organism convulsed. Faces burst across its surface. Eyes ruptured in sprays of dark fluid. The great body sagged as the power blade split deeper through layers of command tissue. The Primarch tore the glaive free and struck again. The throne screamed with the voices of entire civilizations. Then it died. Raal stared at the collapsing mass. The Primarch turned away. "Withdraw." No triumph entered his voice. No explanation followed. The Imperial force began the march back through the burning galleries, carrying its wounded and abandoning those who could no longer move. Behind them, the dead sovereign twitched. One thin black filament uncoiled from beneath its ruptured cortex. It crossed the floor without sound. The Primarch's right gauntlet bore a hairline fracture where Rangdan fire had damaged the joint seal upon Karad Gal. The filament entered the break. It slid beneath ceramite, beneath flesh, and into the blood. The Primarch did not turn. Nothing witnessed the moment. Nothing living, at least. The Primarch's wounds had closed before the fleet reached Karad Gal. Caedmon Raal saw the first sign while standing within the embarkation vault of the Pale Verdict, watching apothecaries strip ruined armor from their gene-father's body. The labyrinth had marked him. Burns crossed his chest, where Rangdan weapons had breached the outer ceramite. One wound beneath the ribs had opened deeply enough to expose bone. Black residue clung to the flesh around it, moving against the rhythm of his hearts. Chief Apothecary Sevrak approached with an extraction blade. The Primarch caught his wrist. "No. My lord, the contamination has entered the wound. It is contained." Sevrak's lenses narrowed. With respect, that determination requires examination. The Primarch released him. The apothecary looked down. The wound was gone, not closing, gone. Fresh skin covered the place where torn muscle and splintered rib had been visible moments before. Even the blood had ceased to flow. Beneath the surface, something dark moved once along the line of a vein and disappeared toward the Primarch's heart. Raal saw it. Sevrak saw it. Neither spoke. The Primarch rose from the surgical throne. Sections of his armor remained spread across the deck, disconnected from their power couplings. As he stepped toward them, the plates moved. The gorget lifted first. It rose without servo assistance and locked around his neck. The breastplate followed, dragged across the iron deck by no visible force. Gauntlets opened, greaves unfolded. Every damaged component aligned itself with his body before the attending artificers could touch it. One of the Mechanicum tech adepts emitted a burst of alarmed Binharik. The Primarch looked toward him. The armor fell still. "A residual machine response," he said. The explanation satisfied no one. Raal lowered his gaze before his father could read the doubt in it. The fleet had held the gate for 69 hours. What emerged from beneath Hive Karthus was less than half the force that had entered. 3,000 Legion veterans had become 1,900. Whole solar auxilia cohorts returned as ragged columns of coughing survivors, their armor sealed around corpses that had died standing. Mechanicum walkers limped through the fossil archway, carrying pieces of machines that had never been built by human hands. The gate was destroyed behind them. Cyclonic charges collapsed the underhive. Orbital bombardment followed. Hive Karthus vanished beneath descending lance fire and mass reactive warheads until its towers became a glowing crater visible from high anchor. The Primarch watched without expression. He issued his next orders in a language no translator understood. Raal stood beside him upon the command dais of the Pale Verdict when the words passed through the strategium. They were soft, sibilant. Some syllables seemed to occur before the Primarch's mouth formed them. Others registered only as distortions in the Auspex feed. Every servitor in the chamber turned toward him at once. Legion officers waited. Raal opened a private channel. "Father." The Primarch blinked. For a moment, his eyes were entirely black. Then they returned to their natural color. "Reposition the 4th Fleet Reserve beyond Karad Gal's outer moon," he said in High Gothic. "The enemy will strike from the system's zenith in 11 minutes. No hostile movement showed upon the tactical display. Lord Marshal Rook's image appeared above the hololithic altar. "My lord, the zenith remains clear. All detected enemy formations are withdrawing toward the inner debris fields. They are not withdrawing. They are beyond effective weapons range. They are beneath you." Rook turned toward someone outside the projection. "Clarify." The Primarch raised one hand. "Move the reserve now." The command was obeyed. 9 minutes later, the space occupied moments before by the reserve fleet opened. There was no warp translation. The void simply folded back like torn flesh. Rangdan vessels emerged from the darkness between locations, their black hulls already firing. Gravitic discharges struck empty space. Boarding organisms poured toward a formation that was no longer there. Imperial lance batteries fired from the moon's shadow. The ambush became an execution. Enemy vessels were caught within overlapping kill zones. Nova cannon shells detonated among them. Pale cruisers advanced in disciplined line, hammering exposed flanks, while escort squadrons drove torpedoes into wounded hulls. The battle lasted 13 minutes. No Imperial capital ship was lost. Legionaries spoke of the victory with reverence. Mortal officers called it genius. Raal called it impossible. The pattern repeated. The Primarch redirected an armor cohort seconds before the Earth opened beneath its original route. He ordered an artillery strike against a manufactorum that had shown no hostile presence. The bombardment uncovered a concealed command organism whose death paralyzed 3 Rangdan divisions. He sent destroyer cadres into a region every Auspex declared empty, and they found an entire enemy brood buried beneath the bedrock. Casualties fell. Where millions had died in hours, thousands now survived battles that should have annihilated them. The Second Legion began to believe its Gene Father had passed beyond strategy into prophecy. Raal heard his brothers speak in the embarkation halls. He sees the war entire. The labyrinth revealed their weakness. They sought to break him and taught him how to kill them. Some knelt when the Primarch passed. They had not done so before Advex Mors. The Second had never encouraged worship. He had taught his sons that loyalty was proven through action, not posture. Now he allowed them to kneel. Victories multiplied. So did the prisoners. Raal discovered the first convoy aboard the Pale Verdict 3 weeks after the destruction of Hive Karthis. A dozen sealed bulk carriers approached the flagship beneath Legion escort. Their transponder codes identified them as contaminated material bound for incineration. No incinerator schedule listed their arrival. Raal ordered the convoy halted. The escort commander refused. "Gene Sire's authority," the legionary said. "I speak with the Gene Sire's authority." "Not in this matter." Raal watched the carriers pass into the ventral receiving bays. Their hulls trembled. Something struck the inside of one bulkhead, hard enough to bow the metal outward. Raal accessed the vessel manifest. Decks beneath the receiving bay were absent. Not restricted. Absent. Architectural records ended at bulkhead junctions, where lift shafts continued downward. Energy consumption flowed into voids the ship's machine spirit insisted did not exist. Crew rosters listed hundreds of servitors and ratings assigned to those decks. None had returned to their quarters. Raal descended alone. He passed 3 sealed blast doors and killed 2 security systems rather than request access. The air became warmer with every level. Incense gave way to the smell of salt, blood, and wet iron. The lowest corridor pulsed beneath his boots. At first he thought it was engine vibration. Then he realized the walls were breathing. Black tissue had spread across the deck plates in thin, branching membranes. Cables entered it and did not emerge. Lumen globes shone behind translucent flesh, turning the corridor red. A servitor stood beside an unmarked door. Its lower body had fused into the wall. The skin around its mouth had been cut away and replaced by a fan of black tendrils. "Access denied," it said. Raal drew his sword. The door opened before he struck. Sevrak waited within. Behind him, Rangdan organisms hung inside suspension tanks. Some were larval shapes no larger than a human torso. Others filled chambers built for armored vehicles. Human nervous systems had been woven through their bodies, the nerves still twitching beneath transparent tissue. At the center of the chamber stood a row of legionaries. They were naked, except for surgical restraint harnesses. Black organs had been implanted beneath their sternums. The tissue beat independently of their hearts. Raal entered. "What have you done?" Sevrak did not lower his gaze. "What was ordered?" "By whom?" "You know by whom." One of the restrained warriors opened his eyes. Veteran brother Typhon. Raal had fought beside him for more than a century. Typhon had laughed during the breach of Garad's wall, while artillery fire stripped armor from his shoulders. He had carried wounded brothers from the blood swamps of Narthan rather than abandon them. Now his face held nothing. "Brother," Raal said. Typhon looked at him. "Legion Master. How do you feel?" "Functional." "Do you remember volunteering?" "Yes." "Why did you do it?" Typhon paused. "I obeyed. That is not what I asked. I obeyed because I desired obedience." Raal stepped nearer. "Do you fear what has been put inside you?" "No." "Do you trust the Primarch?" "Yes." "Do you love him?" "Yes." Typhon's voice did not change. "Do you fear him?" "Yes." Again, no change. Raal looked at Sevrak. "What has been lost?" The apothecary examined the data flowing across his gauntlet. Emotional distinctions have degraded. The implant does not erase affect. It aligns effective response toward hierarchy. Loyalty, attachment, fear, and submission increasingly share the same neurological pathway. You have reduced him to obedience. We have rendered him resistant to external command. Raal seized Sevrak by the gorget, at the cost of command from within. The Primarch's voice came from behind him. Release the apothecary. Raal obeyed. His father entered without honor guard. The black membranes along the walls recoiled from his passing, then bent toward him as flowers toward light. The Rangdan dominate through adaptation, the Primarch said. Their command tissue alters itself faster than conventional conditioning can resist. These implants provide our warriors with the same capacity. They are losing themselves. They are becoming immune. To the enemy? To uncertainty. Raal stared at him. The Primarch's armor had changed again. Fine black lines crossed the pale ceramite, following the paths of artificial musculature beneath it. The marks had not been etched by any Legion artificer. The Legion is not yours to experiment upon without sanction. It is mine by blood, command, and purpose. The Emperor granted you command. He did not grant you ownership of our souls. The black organs within the restrained warriors beat faster. The Primarch looked at Raal for a long moment. No soul is altered here, he said. Only weakness. A metallic voice rasped from the upper gantry. This research violates the foundational strictures governing Legiones Astartes genecraft. Magos biologists. Telach descended upon a many-legged chassis. Surgical arms unfolded around his robed torso. Brass lenses focused upon the Primarch. Xenos tissue has been introduced into gene-forged subjects without Martian review. The Omniscient Compact does not authorize contamination of the Emperor's work. The Primarch turned. Your objection is recorded. My objection is prohibition. No. Telach's weapon limbs unfolded, not to fire, to assert authority. The project will cease. All specimens will be surrendered. The altered warriors will be destroyed under biologist quarantine. The Primarch crossed the chamber. Telach's chassis recoiled, too slowly. The Primarch drove one hand through the machine priest's chest housing. Metal screamed. Cables snapped. He closed his fingers around the wet organic mass buried within the chassis and pulled. Telach came apart. Mechanical limbs crashed to the floor. His human remnants emerged in the Primarch's grip, a shrunken torso wrapped in tubes, with only part of the skull remaining beneath a crown of implants. The Magos screamed through every vox grill in the chamber. The Primarch placed him upon the data altar. Sevrak! The apothecary approached. Preserve cerebral function. Telach thrashed weakly. You cannot. The Primarch tore a bundle of optic cables from the ruined chassis and connected them directly to the exposed tissue at the base of the Magos' skull. Telach screamed again. The sound degraded into machine code. Servitor arms descended from the ceiling and pinned the organic remnants in place. Needles entered the brain. Nutrient lines pierced the lungs and failing heart. The Primarch watched until the data altar registered stable activity. Designation, Sevrak understood. Research engine Telach. The Primarch leaned toward what remained of the Magos. You objected as an adept. Continue as equipment. The machine's speakers clicked. Then, in Telach's own voice, they said, Research will continue. The Rangdan assault began during the next watch. Enemy fleets appeared throughout the Imperial anchorage, emerging within the defensive perimeter in numbers great enough to darken the hololithic display. Boarding organisms struck troop carriers, supply hulks, and damaged cruisers before weapons batteries could align. Rook demanded immediate withdrawal. The Primarch refused. Hold all vessels in place. They are inside our formation, Rook said. We cannot establish firing solutions without striking our own ships. That is why they entered. Then let us deny them the advantage. No. Let them commit. The boarding began. Rangdan organisms broke through armor decks with gravitic drills and living cutters. Naval armsmen died in corridors filled with decompression alarms. Creatures with hooked limbs harvested heads from fleeing crew. Human thralls poured from ruptured capsules, their external bones scraping against bulkheads as they fired pain-fed weapons into massed defenders. The Primarch ordered selected ships sealed. No reinforcement went to them. No evacuation was permitted. Raal watched casualty runes multiply. You are sacrificing the crews. I am concentrating the enemy. The modified legionaries entered the boarded vessels. Typhon led them. Their black implants pulsed beneath sealed armor. They advanced without Vox communication, moving with shared precision through corridors they had never seen. When one warrior turned, all turned. When one fired, the others adjusted before the shot landed. They reached the central boarding mass aboard the cruiser Oath Unbroken. Thousands of Rangdan filled the launch decks. Siege organisms clung to the ceiling. Human captives had been nailed into command nodes, their mouths forced open to broadcast psychic directives. Typhon removed his helm. The black organ within his chest convulsed. Every Rangdan creature stopped. The modified legionaries raised their hands. The invaders mirrored them. Typhon clenched his fist. The nearest Rangdan warrior turned and tore the head from the creature beside it. Violence spread through the boarding horde. Enemy organisms attacked one another in absolute silence. Blades opened black flesh. Mandibles crushed skulls. Siege forms drove their limbs through their own command masses. Human thralls stood motionless, while their masters dismembered themselves around them. Across the anchorage, the same thing occurred. The Primarch boarded the largest Rangdan vessel. Raal went with him. They crossed its interior through passages lined with contracting muscle. Legionaries marched behind them, bolters lowered. No creature attacked. The command chamber opened ahead. Thousands of Rangdan soldiers knelt within it, not wounded, not restrained, kneeling. Their weapons lay upon the floor. Mortal officers arriving behind the legions stared in disbelief. Some made the sign of the Aquila. Others stepped back as though witnessing demonic possession. The Primarch walked among the bowed creatures. At the chamber's center hung a membrane stretched across a lattice of black bone. Images moved beneath it. Imperial ships, distant worlds, armies waiting beneath alien skies. The Primarch placed one hand upon the membrane. Every Rangdan vessel ceased firing. Silence spread across the battle. The hololithic feeds aboard the Imperial fleet showed enemy ships drifting motionless. Boarding organisms lowered their weapons. Gravitic fields collapsed. Weapons ports closed. Rook's voice reached the Primarch. "What have you done?" The Primarch kept his hand against the living command surface. "I have won." Raal looked upon the kneeling enemy. "This is not victory." His father turned. "What would you call it?" "Enslavement. An imprecise distinction." The Primarch withdrew his hand. The Rangdan remained bowed. "Extermination destroys an enemy's bodies," he said. "It wastes strength already paid for in blood. Control preserves that strength and directs it toward the next enemy. They are Xenos. They are weapons. They are alive. So are you." Raal followed him from the command chamber. They spoke alone within the transit vault of the Pale Verdict, where no mortal crew remained, and even Legion servitors had been removed. "I saw what moved beneath your skin," Raal said. The Primarch did not deny it. "You knew the enemy would strike. You knew where their command organisms were hidden. You did not deduce those things." "No. You hear them." "Yes." The answer landed harder than any lie. "And they hear you." "Yes." Raal drew a slow breath. "Then you are compromised." The Primarch stepped closer. The black lines within his armor shifted. "I am consuming them. That is what they want you to believe. They wanted entry. I gave them captivity. You cannot imprison a species within your own mind." "Cannot?" The word held neither anger nor pride. only challenge. Raal met his father's gaze. You no longer know where your will ends. The Primarch looked down at the power glaive in his hand. When a sword enters an enemy's body, does the blade become corrupted? Raal said nothing. Or does it become bloodied? A sword has no soul. The Primarch looked at him. Then perhaps that is why swords are reliable. He left Raal standing alone. Later, within a command deck removed from every manifest, the Primarch sat upon the thing grown for him. It had begun as captured tissue. Now it resembled a throne. Black ribs curved around his armor. Neural cords entered the joints at his spine and wrists. Living metal spread across the deck in concentric patterns, each ring pulsing to the rhythm of distant hearts. No legionary watched, no mechanicum instrument recorded. The Primarch lowered himself into the throne. The ship disappeared. The system disappeared. His awareness opened across folded space. He felt armies beneath alien suns, fleets hidden inside impossible distances, subject species sleeping in breeding vaults, command organisms feeding upon the memories of extinct kings. Billions of minds turned toward the sudden pressure of his presence. Resistance rose. He crushed it. Across hundreds of systems, Rangdan warriors stopped where they stood. Siege organisms lowered their vast bodies. Human thralls fell upon altered knees. Command entities tore themselves from walls and bent until their faces touched the ground. One voice passed through them all. Not Rangdan, not human, something made from both. Emperor! The Primarch opened his eyes. A crown of black veins moved beneath the skin of his brow, and every kneeling world spoke again. Emperor! For 7 months, the Imperium believed the second Primarch was purging the Rangdan. The reports arrived with the expected signatures. Fleet dispositions were rendered in correct naval cipher. Casualty tallies bore the marks of authenticated Legion command. Astropathic summaries spoke of sterilized worlds, collapsing resistance, and isolated void actions conducted beyond the reliable reach of Imperial cartographers. Lord Marshal Acastian Rook's name appeared upon many of them. Rook had not dictated a report in 83 days. He stood upon the observation deck of the Indomitable Reason and watched another Imperial reinforcement fleet enter the dead system of Carthay. It came in strength. 2 battleships, 11 cruisers, scores of escorts, and enough mass conveyance vessels to transport an army capable of subduing a sector. Their hulls carried fresh paint. Their heraldry proclaimed compliance victories fought beneath clearer stars. They entered beneath broadcast hymns. They received no warning. The Rangdan armada surrounded them before the final transport had emerged from the warp. Black vessels appeared within their defensive spacing, growing from nothing, as though the void had remembered them. Gravitic fields locked Imperial ships in place. Boarding organisms struck bridge towers and navigator sanctums. False command orders flooded the fleet vox. No battle followed. The crews surrendered because their own admirals told them to. Rook knew those admirals had been dead before the first boarding claw pierced armor. He also knew surrender would not preserve a single soul aboard those ships. "Record the time," he said. The servitor beside him twitched. "Entry complete at the 12th bell of second watch. Designation? 219th Consolidation Fleet." Rook stared through the armored glass. Far below, Imperial cruisers were dragged toward black orbital structures. Their engines still burned. Their crews still manned their stations. The ships moved in ordered line toward dismemberment. "What will they become?" asked a voice behind him. Rook did not turn. Caedmon Raal approached in pale armor, stripped of ornament. Even the old campaign marks had been scored from his plate. He looked less like a conqueror than a warrior awaiting judgment. "Components," Rook said. They had seen the process before. Weapons decks would be removed and grafted into Rangdan hulls. Navigators would be cut from their sanctums and wired into folded space engines. Surviving officers would be opened for memory extraction. Crew populations would be sorted by utility. Some ships would later reappear. Their silhouettes would remain recognizably Imperial. Their transponder codes would be genuine. Their Vox operators would speak with human voices. Only when they entered another loyal formation would their hulls open and release what had been growing inside. Raal came to stand beside him. The fleet was told it came to reinforce us. It has. The words came from the doorway. The Primarch entered. His armor no longer required artificers. Black lines had spread across the pale ceramite, branching from the gorget and breastplate like veins beneath skin. Living metal covered old damage. Plates shifted subtly as he moved, responding before muscle or thought should have reached them. Behind him walked 3 warriors who had once been legionaries. They were taller now. Their shoulders nearly touched the deck supports. Bone ridges pressed through the armor beneath their necks. Their helms bore no lenses, only smooth ivory faceplates crossed by narrow black slits. Rook had seen such warriors fight. He had never heard one speak. The Primarch looked out upon the captured fleet. 14 million crew, 36,000 trained naval officers, 109 navigators, 912 armored vehicles, significant plasma reserves. Rook felt disgust rise in his throat. You speak of them as cargo. They arrived as cargo. They came under the Aquila. They came under instruction. Symbols did not bring them here. The last cruiser crossed the boundary of the orbital processing ring. Black structures closed around it. Rook heard the crew's final transmission over a private frequency. Unidentified command. We are compliant. Repeat, we are compliant. Stand down, boarding organisms. We submit to Legion authority. The voice ended in static. The Primarch turned away. Begin disassembly. The new empire had no name. The second rejected every title suggested by his commanders. Rangdan forms did not require names for dominions, only functions. Human titles implied continuity with the Imperium. He desired neither. Across the conquered territories, worlds became organs. Human populations were reorganized according to use. The fertile became breeding castes, housed in sealed warrens beneath worlds whose surfaces no longer supported natural life. Pairings were assigned by genetic yield. Children were removed at birth and sorted beneath brass lights by mechanicum engines that no longer prayed to Mars. The strong became military stock. They were raised in darkness, fed growth hormones, and taught obedience through pain before language. Their bones were reinforced with black filaments. Their eyes were modified to accept Rangdan tactical overlays. Those who resisted became examples used during the conditioning of the next generation. The weak became labor reservoirs. They worked until their muscles tore, received replacement tissue, and returned to work before scar formation completed. Entire manufactoria operated without rest because their workers no longer possessed the right to unconsciousness. The most cognitively valuable became processing colonies. They lay in stacked vaults, skulls opened, brains linked through silver tendrils. Their collective thought guided artillery, calculated fleet translations, and interpreted the psychic currents of conquered worlds. They remained aware. The Primarch had ordered it. Conscious suffering produced sharper patterns. Rangdan organisms fared no better. Their former command identities were stripped away. Bodies were disassembled and grown again around obedience nodes keyed to the Primarch's psychic signature. Creatures that had once directed armies now waited motionless until he permitted them thought. Where human and Rangdan forms failed separately, they were combined. The first hybrid cohorts were born aboard the Pale Verdict. Failed Legion aspirants provided the foundation. Boys whose organs had rejected gene seed. Warriors whose bodies had broken during implantation. Bodies the Legion would once have burned with honor. Rangdan tissue made them useful again. Their bones changed density in response to incoming fire. Lasbolts caused their skeletons to become heat-dispersing lattices. Solid rounds made them thicken until impact shattered against ribs harder than tank armor. Their flesh shared sensation across entire companies. When one warrior saw an enemy, all saw it. When one learned the rhythm of a weapon, the others adapted. They did not bear the Legion's heraldry. They called themselves nothing. The Primarch called them the Renewed. Raal called them an abomination. He began his resistance in silence. Apothecaries most devoted to the implantation program suffered accidents. One was found inside a gene vault, with his throat opened, and every sample under his care incinerated. Another vanished during translation. A third confessed to corruption after Raal held him beneath a surgical saw and asked how much of his humanity remained. Unaltered gene seed was moved aboard independent cruisers under the command of veterans Raal still trusted. Those ships were given patrol routes beyond the Primarch's immediate attention. Some never returned. Raal did not know whether they had escaped or been discovered. He continued because there was nothing else left to preserve. Most of the Legion no longer shared his fear. They saw only victory. The Rangdan had broken expeditionary fleets, swallowed worlds and humbled armies raised by the Emperor. Their Gene Father had not merely defeated them, he had made them kneel. To many of his sons, this was the highest expression of the Great Crusade. Not extermination. Compliance perfected. Raal stood before 100 captains in the Hall of Conquest and heard them praise what they had become. "No enemy can resist us now," said Captain Vile Corran, black veins visible beneath the skin around his eyes. "We carry their thought before they form it." "You carry their thought because it is inside you," Raal replied. Corran smiled. "Then it is ours." A murmur of approval passed through the chamber. Raal studied them. Some had accepted implants, others had not, but desired them. The distinction mattered less each month. Devotion spread without tissue, fed by impossible victories and the certainty that the Primarch had surpassed every brother raised beside him. "You speak as though the Legion conquered the Rangdan," Raal said. "Look beyond these walls. Their methods remain, their prisons remain, their dominion remains. Only the face above it has changed." A younger captain stepped forward. "The face is our father's. And that absolves everything beneath it?" The chamber fell quiet. Raal saw doubt in a handful of faces. He saw hatred in many more. The Primarch entered before any could answer. No herald announced him. Every altered warrior turned at the same instant and knelt. The unaltered followed a heartbeat later. Raal remained standing. The Primarch looked at him. 3 protectorates have refused consolidation. Imperial protectorates. Formally. They have transmitted no hostility. They continue to communicate with terror. That is not rebellion. It is exposure. The Primarch moved to the central hololith. 3 systems appeared above the altar. Delphraxis, Vanek Reach, Helios Tia. Population tallies filled the air. Billions. Simultaneous assault, the Primarch said. No survivors capable of astropathic transmission. Raal stared at the worlds. "You intend to invade all 3? They are already invaded." The hololith changed. Rangdan vessels opened from folded space above each protectorate at the same moment. Orbital bastions had no time to identify them. Enslaved navigators hung inside black translation organs, their eyes pinned open by metal hooks. Human crews operated Xeno's artillery through nerve jacks hammered into their spines. Modified legionaries teleported into command bunkers before defense augers detected hostile ships. Vanek Reach died first. Its orbital governors sent surrender codes within 7 minutes. The codes were ignored. Rangdan assault forms crossed the void in swarms thick enough to hide the stars. They struck population stations and tore through pressure hulls. Millions were vented into space, bodies freezing around defense platforms that never fired. Helios Tia resisted with massed void mines. The Primarch had seen their positions through the minds of captured officers. His armada passed through the safe corridors and detonated the minefields behind itself, severing every evacuation route. Billions of controlled soldiers descended. Human infantry advanced beneath Rangdan command webs. Living siege towers carried Imperial macro cannon in cavities of bone. Altered legionaries appeared inside fortress command centers and killed officers before the first surface alarms completed their opening note. The battle for Delphraxis lasted longest. The world had been built to withstand rebellion, invasion, and orbital siege. Its continents were divided by fortress chains. Shield generators protected mountain ranges. Titan engines walked upon the ash plains beneath banners bearing the sigil of a loyal Mechanicum household. The greatest of them was the warlord Invictus Malleus. Its volcano cannon burned a Rangdan carrier from the sky. Its plasma annihilator erased 3 hybrid cohorts in a single blast. The God Engine advanced through the ruins of Bastion Cord, each footfall crushing bodies into the mud. Carapace batteries turned the horizon into fire. Its war horns sounded over the screams of millions. The Primarch descended alone. His teleport flare ignited upon the Titan's shoulder plating. Defense turrets tracked him. His Archaeotech pistol fired before they aligned. Compressed thermal bursts punched through housings, turning gunners and mechanisms into molten slag. The Titan shook. The Primarch drove his glaive into the armor and cut downward. Adamantium resisted for 3 strokes. The 4th opened the cockpit. Air and incense erupted from the breach. Moderati were torn from their restraints. One struck the exterior hull and vanished beneath the Titan's stride. The Primarch entered through the wound. Servitors fired upon him. He dismembered them with a single turn of the glaive. Crewmen raised pistols. Thermal force cooked them inside their uniforms before they pulled their triggers. The princeps remained fused to the command throne. Old flesh floated within amniotic fluid, threaded into the Titan's machine spirit by cables thicker than a man's arm. "You are not my master," the princeps gasped through the engine's vox. The Primarch tore open the sarcophagus. Fluid flooded the cockpit. The princeps screamed as life support lines ripped from his organs. The Primarch seized the withered body and crushed it against the throne until ribs broke inward and the skull opened beneath his palm. Then he sat in the blood. Black tendrils emerged from beneath his armor. They entered the Titan's command ports. The machine spirit resisted. Warning klaxons became a howl. Reactor output surged. The Titan's limbs locked. Across its interior, servitors thrashed against their restraints as neural feedback burned through their implanted brains. The Primarch closed his eyes. The warlord knelt. Every defender across Delphraxis saw it. The loyal God Engine lowered itself before the invader, war horns groaning like a dying beast. Then it rose under new command. Invictus Malleus turned toward the fortress it had guarded for 6 centuries. Its volcano cannon fired. The first shot erased the western wall. The second opened the generator vaults. The plasma annihilator discharged into the citadel's central keep. Stone became vapor. Tens of thousands died before heat reached their nerves. The Titan walked forward through the breach, crushing defenders beneath its feet, while the Primarch directed every weapon through his own mind. By nightfall, Delphraxis belonged to him. By dawn, it no longer possessed a population worth counting. The city of Orthel failed its production quota by less than 1/10. The Primarch ordered every inhabitant removed. The city governor begged for reconsideration. He explained that bombardment had damaged the manufactoria. He presented labor records, repair projections, and casualty lists. He swore the next quota would be met. The Primarch listened. Then he ordered the city destroyed. Rangdan execution forms moved through the streets. Buildings were opened. Families were dragged into processing squares. Those selected for punishment were kept alive while their nervous systems were removed. The nerves were stretched across orbital stations in glittering webs. Each strand remained connected to a brain sealed within nutrient glass. When ships approached, the warning network screamed through the vox. They identified the city's failure. They recited the production quota. They begged every passing crew not to repeat it. The Primarch decreed that the punishment would endure for 30 years. Ral watched the first warning station come alive. Human nerves shivered in the void behind transparent shielding. Thousands of minds spoke together. "We failed by 8%. Their voices broke. "We remain aware." Ral turned away. This was no longer cruelty in service to victory. It was worship of control. The first message escaped from Delphraxis during the final hours of resistance. 3 surviving commanders barricaded themselves within an astropathic vault. Rangdan organisms filled the corridors outside. The fortress shook beneath fire from its own captured Titan. The astropathic choir had already lost half its members. The survivors joined hands around a basin of consecrated silver. Blood ran from their eyes. One by one, their bodies arched as thought was driven into the warp. The first transmission dissolved in psychic interference. The second returned as the screams of the dead. The third reached Terra. It arrived incomplete. Images burned through the receiving choir beneath the Imperial Palace. Pale armored legionaries marching beside Rangdan war forms. Human prisoners processed beneath the sigil of the Second Legion. A giant seated within the cockpit of a captured Titan, black veins moving beneath his skin. Then the words came. "Our brother has crowned himself." Every astropath in the chamber began screaming. Malkador the Sigillite entered before the echoes faded. He listened to the choir master's report. He watched the broken images twice. Then he ordered the chamber sealed. The astropaths understood. Some begged. One attempted to run. Silent guards blocked the exits. Malkador turned from them as the first execution blade fell. Their identities were removed before their blood cooled. Choir records vanished. Duty rosters were rewritten. Families received notice that the astropaths had died in service, though no place or cause was given. The Sigillite carried the surviving fragment to the master of mankind. The Emperor watched the recording without visible surprise. His chamber was empty, except for the 2 of them. No custodian stood at the doors. No remembrancer recorded what passed between regent and sovereign. The image of the second Primarch flickered above the projector. He sat upon a throne of black tissue, while armies knelt across distant worlds. Malkador studied the Emperor's face. "You knew this was possible." "I knew many things were possible." "Did you know he had heard them before?" The Emperor did not answer. The recording repeated the final words. "Our brother has crowned himself." Malkador extinguished the image. "What will you tell the Council?" "The Rangdan remain an existential threat. Every available expeditionary force will be redirected. Forge worlds will increase production. Titan legions will mobilize. Compliance operations beyond the eastern marches will cease." "That is the public command." "Yes." "And the private one?" The Emperor looked toward the dark. "Summon the first." Malkador inclined his head. "The lion. He will determine whether my son can be recovered." Malkador's expression remained unreadable. "And should he conclude that he cannot?" The chamber seemed to grow colder. The Emperor answered only after a long silence. "Send word to Fenris." Far beyond Terra, beneath a sky of iron clouds, Leman Russ received the command. He read it once, then he burned it. Around him, the warriors of the 6th Legion waited beside loaded gunships. Their axes were honed, their bolters were blessed. The great ships above Fenris awakened one reactor at a time. Russ looked toward the stars. There was no mirth in his face, no boast upon his lips, only the old terrible understanding of what the Emperor required when a son could no longer be called a son. "Ready the Legion," he said. The wolves began to howl. The 1st Legion entered the Caradriad Reach, beneath a silence more terrible than any war hymn. Their fleet came in ordered darkness. Battleships formed the central spine, immense and angular, their armored prows marked by old scars beneath black and bone-white heraldry. Grand cruisers and line vessels spread around them in disciplined echelons. Escort flotillas moved farther out, knife-fast and precise, sweeping the void with augers powerful enough to peel secrets from dead moons. Behind the Legion ships came extermination fleets. Solar auxiliar transports followed in columns that extended beyond Auspec's range. Mechanicum arc vessels traveled among them, their hulls crowded with reactor towers, reliquary engines and weapon vaults sealed since the wars of Old Night. Night households stood in iron sarcophagi within landers large enough to carry citadels. Siege hulks bore engines whose names had been erased from every forge archive except those held beneath the First Legion's authority. The arrival was not reinforcement, it was judgment. Lion L. Johnson watched the Reach unfold from the strategium of the Invincible Reason. The chamber was severe even by Legion standards. No triumphal banners hung above the command throne. No statues celebrated compliance. Tactical hololiths occupied the darkness, painting the Lion's face in cold light as they rendered worlds, fleets, and casualty estimates. Around him stood the senior officers of the First Legion. They waited for certainty. The Lion gave them none. "Repeat the transmission," he said. The image of Delphraxis appeared again. Pale armored warriors marched beside black-limbed organisms. Human prisoners knelt beneath Legion guns. A giant figure occupied the cockpit of a captured warlord Titan, while its own weapons destroyed the fortress it had sworn to defend. The recording degraded. The final words emerged through static. "Our brother has crowned himself." The image died. No one spoke until the Lion permitted it. "Fragmentary," he said. Corswin stood nearest the command dais, helm held beneath one arm. The source was verified by Terra. The source was destroyed by Terra. A distinction without comfort. A distinction nevertheless. The Lion turned his attention to the Reach. He is proud, severe, unforgiving. He is not careless. One of the seneschals said, "The evidence suggests more than carelessness." The Lion looked at him. The officer lowered his gaze. "The Rangdan counterfeit memory," the Lion continued. "They counterfeit authority. They counterfeit identity. A wounded transmission is not proof merely because fear makes it persuasive." "You believe the second remains loyal," Corswin said. "I believe nothing before it survives examination." The Lion's expression revealed no grief, anger, or doubt. That frightened his officers more than fury would have done. Orders passed from the Invincible Reason throughout the fleet. The Hexagrammaton went to war. Raven-wing formations broke from the outer screen, their vessels stripped for speed and stealth. They moved ahead of the main armada, hunting command nodes hidden within asteroid belts, dead stations and folds in local space. Their task was not conquest. It was recognition and severance. Iron Wing forces descended upon fortified worlds. Armored companies deployed in depth, land raiders and super-heavy tanks driving beneath mobile void shields, while siege engines reduced black citadels layer by layer. Mechanicum allies followed with battle automata, graviton weapons, and rad cleansers. Where the enemy rooted itself beneath mountains, the Iron Wing broke the mountains. Dreadwing destroyers entered contaminated zones no other formation could survive. Their armor bore the residue of older wars. Phosphex burned before them. Rad engines poisoned cities. Forbidden munitions turned forests, flesh and memory into the same grey ruin. The Dreadwing did not reclaim territory. It removed the possibility that territory had ever lived. Deathwing veterans remained aboard the core fleet. They armed in silence. Their blades were tested against fields of alien matter. Their armor was sealed against psychic intrusion. Teleport coordinates were prepared for fortresses not yet found. The Lion reserved them for his brother's court. The first contact occurred above the dead world of Illyrian. A cruiser of the Second Legion emerged from behind the planet's broken moon. Its hull was pale and almost unmarked, identical in silhouette to vessels that had fought beside the First during earlier compliances. It broadcast proper recognition codes. The message was delivered in Legion cant. First Legion, hold fire. We remain servants of the throne. The Lion watched the cruiser approach. Who commands? He asked. A figure appeared upon the hololith. The warrior wore the colors of the second. His armor was older than many empires, scarred across the breastplate, its surfaces repaired with black material that moved like muscle beneath glass. Captain Merivyn Thale, he said, by command of the second Primarch, I request parley. The Lion studied him. Request received. Thale waited. The Lion said nothing further. At last the captain asked, Will you receive us? Board the Invincible Reason. 10 warriors, no others. Thale inclined his head. As you command, brother. The word lingered after the transmission ended. Corswyn looked toward the Lion. You trust them aboard? No. Then why admit them? Because refusal teaches less. The Second Legion delegation entered through the forward embarkation vault. Dark angels stood in 2 ranks beneath the armored ribs of the chamber, bolters held at rest. Solar Auxilia personnel waited behind hardened barriers, ready to seal the vault, should the visitors prove contaminated. Captain Thale crossed the threshold first. 9 warriors followed. They moved with unnatural unity, not discipline, not parade precision, something deeper. Their heads turned together, their strides adjusted at the same instant. When one shifted weight, all the others altered theirs. Corswyn saw it. So did the Lion. Thale removed his helm. His face remained human, mostly. Thin black lines traveled beneath the skin around his eyes and jaw. His pupils expanded and contracted independently. Beneath the gorget, a second pulse beat out of rhythm with his hearts. The Lion stepped forward. You were born on Ardis Vale. Thale smiled. I was. You fought at Caradane. I did. Your right hand was lost there. The captain raised it. 5 armored fingers flexed. Recovered. No. The Lion's voice remained quiet. Replaced. Thale's smile faded. A dark angel's apothecary approached with a handheld auspex. The device clicked once, then began to shriek. Xenos tissue showed within every visitor. Not surface grafts, not prosthetics. Organs. Black structures had been woven into their gene seed, nervous systems and secondary hearts. Corswyn drew his blade. The Second Legion warriors did not move. Captain Thale looked toward the Lion. We were improved. The Lion's eyes hardened. By whom? Our father. Your father would not call this improvement. You do not know what he has become. The Lion stepped closer. No, I know what you have. The neural bombs detonated. They produced no flame. A pressure wave passed through the chamber like a thought shouted directly into flesh. Every mortal soldier screamed. Auxilia troops behind the barriers turned their weapons upon one another. Officers fired into their own ranks. A gunner drove a bayonet through his comrade's visor. Another soldier tore open his respirator and bit into the face of the man beside him. The infected believed themselves surrounded by Rangdan. They killed accordingly. Dark angels moved at once. Bolters roared. Captain Thale's escort expanded beneath their armor. Bone blades punched from gauntlets. Black tendrils erupted through cracked seals. One warrior seized a legionary by the head and twisted until the helm, skull and spinal column tore free together. Corswyn crossed the chamber in a blur. His sword opened the attacker from shoulder to hip. Black organs spilled across the deck, still pulsing. The Lion caught Thale by the throat. The captain's jaw split, unfolding into hooked mandibles. The Lion drove him against the bulkhead. Armor crumpled. Thale clawed at his brother's wrist, black fluid leaking from his mouth. Our father offers unity. The Lion tightened his grip. Then he has forgotten the meaning of the word. He crushed the captain's neck. The body continued moving. The Lion tore the head free and cast it aside. Around him, the parley chamber became a slaughterhouse. Dark angels killed their corrupted cousins at close range. Bolt rounds burst pale armor and hurled limbs across the deck. Bone blades scraped against power swords. Black blood mixed with red until the drainage channels clogged. The last altered legionary fell beneath concentrated fire. The mortal crews did not stop. They continued murdering one another until the neural signal collapsed. When silence returned, hundreds lay dead. Many had died begging their comrades to remember them. The lion looked across the bodies. "Now," he said, "we have proof." War opened across the Caradriad Reach. Thousands of vessels entered combat among asteroid belts, broken moons, and the planetary rings of dead systems. The Dark Angels fought as an executioner's blade. Their battleships advanced in lance formations, each firing sequence calculated to strip void shields from one target, while another vessel delivered the killing blow. Escort squadrons forced enemy formations into narrow corridors. Torpedoes struck exposed engines. Boarding parties entered only after command decks had been isolated. The Rangdan answered with abundance. Clouds of bioships flooded the kill zones. They came in numbers too great for accurate count, each creature little more than armor, propulsion tissue, and a single weapon organ. Imperial lance fire cut through them by the thousands. Macro cannon shells reduced whole swarms to expanding clouds of frozen meat. Still they came. Every destroyed organism consumed ammunition. Every false target occupied Auspec's attention. Targeting systems overloaded beneath impossible numbers. Gun crews fired until loading mechanisms glowed red. Magazines emptied faster than servitors could replenish them. Behind the expendable clouds moved the true warships. They appeared within the confusion and fired gravitic weapons into the Dark Angels' line. A cruiser folded across its own spine. A troop carrier imploded, armor compressing around hundreds of thousands of soldiers until the ship became a dense sphere, trailing blood through ruptured seams. The invincible reason shook beneath impacts. The lion remained standing at the center of the strategium. "Release the sealed arsenals." No officer questioned him. Vaults opened throughout the First Legion fleet. Weapons from Old Night awakened. Shackled artificial intelligences were loaded into hunter-killer constructs. Their cores screamed machine curses as binding runes forced obedience. The constructs launched from hidden bays, black needles slipping through void shields by predicting their fluctuations before they occurred. They entered Rangdan hulls. Once inside, the imprisoned intelligences learned. They mapped alien nervous systems, redirected weapons, and opened armor from within. Rangdan vessels turned upon one another. Command organs detonated. Engines accelerated until entire ships tore themselves apart. Temporal munitions followed. Dark Angels cruisers fired slender warheads that vanished before impact. Sections of enemy ships disappeared, not exploded, removed. A Rangdan battleship continued forward with its center missing, prow and engines separated by empty space. For several heartbeats, both halves behaved as though still connected. Then, causality reasserted itself, and the vessel died in two different moments. Another warhead struck a bioship swarm. Thousands of creatures ceased to have completed their approach. Their bodies flickered between positions, trapped in incomplete sequences, then collapsed into ash, older than the battle. The void burned with weapons mankind had once feared more than extinction. Still, the Rangdan advanced. The second answered with human voices. Transports appeared beyond the enemy line. Hundreds, then thousands. Their holds were packed with enthralled Imperial citizens. Men, women, and children crowded every deck. Some wore naval uniforms. Others bore the brands of Protectorate worlds consumed months before. Each ship broadcast distress calls. "First Legion, receive us. We have broken free. There are children aboard. By the throne, do not fire." The transports accelerated toward the Dark Angels fleet. Auspec's readings showed no conventional weapons. The Lion studied them. "Boarding range in 6 minutes," said the Master of Augurs. "Life signs?" the Lion asked. "Millions." Corwin looked toward him. "They may be genuine captives." They are genuine. Then they may be recoverable. No. The broadcasts filled the strategium. A child's voice pleaded for rescue. A man recited the names of his family. A woman screamed that black organisms were growing beneath the lower decks. The Lion watched the transports approach. Destroy them. No one moved. The Lion turned his head. Fire. Dark Angel's batteries opened. Lance beams cut through the first wave. Transports burst apart, spilling bodies into the void. Some remained alive for moments inside freezing clouds of atmosphere. Others vanished with their ships beneath macro shell impacts.
Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Support really helps.
The distress calls multiplied. The next wave contained Legion recognition codes. The next carried voices of Dark Angels missing from older campaigns. The fleet destroyed them all. Millions died beneath Imperial guns. The Lion gave no outward sign that he heard their final pleas. Only Corswin saw his gauntleted hand close around the edge of the command throne until metal bent. The secret transmission reached the Invincible Reason during the height of battle. It came through an obsolete Legion cipher. Corswin carried it to the Lion personally. Source identifies himself as Caedmon R'al. The Lion dismissed every other officer from the strategium. The message appeared without image. R'al's voice emerged through distortion. Lion L. Johnson. The Second Legion is divided. Some remain unaltered. Coordinates follow. Do not approach under open signal. My father hears through the command networks. The Lion listened without movement. R'al continued. He is not enthralled. That distinction matters. The Rangdan do not command him. He has become the will commanding them. Their fleets, armies, and subject minds remain coherent because he holds them together. Coordinates filled the hololith. Hidden vessels, gene seed vaults, unaltered Legion companies sheltering within dead systems. If he dies, R'al said, the Dominion may collapse, or it may become uncontrolled. I cannot determine which fate is worse. The transmission ended. Corswin studied the Lion. Trap? Possibly. You will act upon it? Yes. Why? Because traps reveal their maker. The psychic audience began before the Lion could issue further orders. The strategium darkened. Every hololith extinguished. Black light gathered above the command altar and shaped itself into the second. Primarch. He appeared seated upon a living throne, pale armor veined with darkness. Behind him stood ranks of kneeling forms, human and Xenos alike. The Lion faced the projection. Brother, the second smiled. You still use the word. Until it becomes false. It became false before either of us understood it. The Lion's expression did not change. You have grafted Xeno's flesh into your sons. I have made them resistant to weakness. You have enslaved human worlds. I have made them useful. You have murdered loyal armies. I have ended division. The second leaned forward. This is what the Great Crusade pretends to seek. One order, one law, one will sufficient to silence every competing hunger. No rebellion, no faction, no species permitted to place itself above the whole. The whole being you. The whole requires a center. The Emperor is that center. The Emperor is a contradiction wearing gold. He demands unity while preserving pride, rivalry, and choice. He calls conquest liberation. He calls obedience compliance. I have removed the lie. The Lion stepped closer to the projection. And the human beings wired into your stations? Function. The cities punished for failing quotas? Instruction. The minds kept conscious inside your engines? Continuity. The second's black-veined face remained calm. Do not feign horror, Lion. You carry weapons that erase events from time. You sterilize worlds before their populations know why they are condemned. The difference between us is not cruelty. No, said the Lion. For the first time, something hard entered his voice. The difference is that I know cruelty is a cost. The second's smile faded. And I know It is a resource. The two Primarchs regarded one another across impossible distance. The second spoke again. I have achieved unity. Unity without humanity is only a quieter form of extinction. Humanity is noise. Then you have forgotten why we were made. No, I have understood it. The projection dissolved. The strategium lights returned. Alarms began at once. New hostile contacts appeared beyond the reach. Not before the First Legion. Behind it. Rangdan fleets had crossed through folded space corridors, while the Dark Angels committed their strength to the central battle. They emerged within systems believed secure, systems stripped of defensive forces to support the war. Recruitment worlds, training moons, gene stock repositories. The Lion watched red markers multiply. On Calibanite levy worlds, black vessels entered orbit. On newly compliant worlds assigned to feed the First Legion's ranks, orbital stations vanished beneath gravitic fire. Transmissions showed Rangdan organisms descending into fortress monasteries, aspirant vaults, and population centers. Children selected for future implantation were taken alive. Gene laboratories were opened. Apothecaries died defending stores that could never be replaced. Corswin read the casualty forecasts. His face hardened. He drew us here. Yes. The entire reach is a delaying field. Yes. Our ammunition expenditure is already beyond sustainable projection. Yes. The Lion stared at the tactical display. The second had sacrificed fleets by the thousand, not to win the Void battle, but to hold the First Legion in place while the true assault passed behind it. Every engagement had been measured. Every plea for rescue had consumed time. Every cloud of bioships had devoured shells that could not be replaced quickly enough. The First Legion had entered the Reach as an execution force. Now it stood within a machine built to bleed it. The Lion looked upon the burning recruitment worlds. His brother's voice returned through the fleet vox, calm and intimate. You came to decide whether I could be recovered. The red markers spread. Decide quickly. The 6th Legion came through the burning dark, like a pack descending upon wounded prey. Their ships did not form the precise geometries favored by the first. They entered the Caradriad Reach through the wreckage of the ongoing Void War, driving between shattered cruisers and clouds of frozen dead. Their prows bore carved beasts, kill runes and scars left visible beneath repairs. Attack craft filled the space around them. Engines burning too hot, hulls passing so near drifting debris that torn armor screamed across their shields. To an untrained eye, their advance appeared reckless. The Lion saw the calculation beneath it. Every vessel moved as part of a pack. Fast cruisers drove enemy escorts away from the larger prey. Frigates hunted damaged ships. Battle barges advanced through the center, weapons silent until the Rangdan committed themselves to an intercept. Then, the 6th Legion struck. Boarding torpedoes fired at distances the Imperial Navy would have considered suicidal. Assault craft crossed lance fire and gravitic distortions beneath volleys of chaff. Some vanished. Others struck Rangdan hulls hard enough to bury their prows in alien tissue. The Space Wolves came out fighting. They breached enemy vessels with axes already raised. Bolters fired in disciplined bursts through corridors of muscle and black bone. Pack leaders directed their warriors with gestures, growled words, and the movements of their own bodies. One pack drove Rangdan defenders into a narrowing passage, while another broke through the wall behind them. A third climbed through organ shafts and descended upon the command tissue from above. They howled as they killed. They did not lose control. The sounds were signals, as much as expressions of fury. One cry marked an opening. Another warned of psychic interference. A deep, repeated growl summoned heavy weapons. Beneath hides, talismans, and Fenrisian affectation, they remained Legiones Astartes, gene-forged, disciplined, and lethally aware of one another. A Rangdan warrior struck at a wolf with 4 bone blades. The legionary caught one arm beneath his axe haft and fired his bolter into the creature's abdomen. Explosive shells burst inside it. Black organs sprayed across the corridor. Before the body fell, the next wolf used it as cover. His frost blade cut through the Rangdan's neck and opened the warrior behind it from collar to pelvis. The pack passed through the ruin without breaking stride. Within minutes, the vessel's command mass was dead. Within the hour, the space wolves had boarded 12 more. Lehman Russ stood upon the bridge of the Hrafnkel while the first enemy ships began to burn. He wore grey plate darkened by old campaigns. Wolf pelts hung from his shoulders, their fur stiffened by frost and oil. The blade at his side had killed kings, monsters and things whose names the Imperium had chosen to forget. His jarls waited around the command table. No one celebrated. They understood why the Emperor had sent them. Russ looked upon the image of the second Primarch, distorted by the psychic transmission intercepted from the Caradriad Reach. Black veins marked his brother's face. Behind him knelt forms from 100 species. One Jarl broke the silence. "We have hunted worse things." Russ looked at him. "No." The word was quiet. The Jarl lowered his eyes. Russ turned away from the image. "You will hear men call this execution. You will hear them say the Emperor loosed his wolves because we were made for such work." No one moved. "A brother's death is not a boast," Russ said. "It is not a verse for the feasting hall. It is a wound cut into the Imperium, and those who survive may be commanded to forget there was ever flesh enough to bleed." The bridge seemed colder. One of the older Jarls rested both hands upon the pommel of his axe. "Can he be brought back?" Russ studied the black-veined face. "I do not know." "And if he cannot?" Russ looked toward the stars where the First Legion fought. "Then we do what was asked." He did not sound eager. He sounded tired. The Lion received Russ aboard the Invincible Reason without ceremony. The two Primarchs met in a sealed strategium, surrounded by images of infected worlds, fleet movements, and collapsing recruitment systems. No mortal officers were present. Corswin stood behind the Lion. Two Wolf Lords accompanied Russ. The Lion began at once. "The Rangdan command structure is distributed through living nodes. The second serves as its central concentration. We sever the network, isolate him, and strike before it can reform." Russ walked around the hololithic display. "Your plan assumes the network waits to be severed. It cannot react instantaneously across every system. It has reacted before you formed the thought." The Lion's gaze hardened. "The alternative? Burn every infected world, destroy every infected ship, kill every creature through which he can see us. That would require the extermination of entire populations. Yes. Many display no contamination. Then they conceal it well." The Lion stepped closer. "You mistake ignorance for certainty." Russ met his eyes. "And you mistake uncertainty for permission to delay." The two brothers stood in the cold light of dying worlds. The Lion spoke first. "If we eradicate his peripheral forces before striking the center, he will know precisely what we intend. He already knows. Then speed matters. Purity matters. The dead possess both." Russ's mouth tightened. That sounded almost like him. Corswin's hand moved toward his sword. A Wolf Lord shifted his stance. The Lion did not blink. Russ continued. "You want a clean cut? There is no clean flesh left. Every world he holds is an eye. Every ship is an ear. Every soldier may be a finger inside our armor. And your answer is to butcher everything. My answer is to ensure the hand cannot close." For one moment, neither Primarch appeared willing to yield. Then the Lion turned back to the display. "You will conduct your culls beyond the central approach. My fleet will continue pressure through the Reach." Russ studied him. "You still mean to save our brother?" "I mean to determine whether he remains our brother." "And if he does not?" The Lion's face became unreadable. "Then your presence will no longer be necessary." Russ gave a humorless smile. "That may be the first kind thing you have said to me." The biopogroms began on Tharsis Vane. The world had shown no open rebellion. Its governors still transmitted loyalty codes. Its manufactoria continued producing shells for imperial fleets. Its population gathered beneath statues of the emperor and begged to be tested. The space wolves descended anyway. Grey-armored warriors landed in the central hives beneath storm clouds blackened by ash. Destroyer cadres deployed rad engines around population centers. Bombardment ships targeted oceans, reservoirs, and agricultural basins. Governor Helion came before Russ beneath a banner of truce. He wore the robes of imperial office. His face was gaunt from months of siege rationing. "My lord," he said, kneeling upon the landing field, "we have resisted the Xenos. Our people remain loyal." Russ looked across the lines of civilians gathered behind the governor. Men held children against their chests. Factory workers still wore respirators and stained labor coats. Auxiliary soldiers stood among them, weapons grounded. "How long did the Rangdan occupy your orbital stations?" Russ asked. 11 days. "How many descended?" "We do not know." "How many were captured?" The governor swallowed. "None." Russ looked toward his rune priests. They gave no sign. Governor Helion lifted his hands. "You see no corruption." Russ's face hardened. "That is what concerns me." The governor began to plead. He spoke of medical examinations, blood testing, psychic screening. He offered to surrender his family, his ministers, and every officer in the planetary administration. Russ listened. Then he ordered the world cleansed. The first bombardment struck the oceans. Chemical warheads burst beneath the waves, poisoning currents and killing organisms from the surface to the deepest trenches. Coastal waters turned white with floating carcasses. Destroyer units entered the hives. They burned lower foundations with phosphex and detonated rad charges inside ventilation systems. Populations died in sealed shelters as their skin blistered and organs failed. Those who fled found space wolves waiting at the exits. The wolves killed quickly. They used bolters, axes, and flame. They offered no sermons, no accusations. A man named Darren Varr watched them murder the civilians his regiment had protected for 4 months. He had served with the Solar Auxilia since the first landings upon Karadgal. He had survived the living plain, the collapsing fleet, and the fall of 3 protectorates. His cohort had withdrawn to Tharsis Vane, with fewer than 1 soldier in 10 still alive. They had guarded the hive population against Rangdan raids. They had shared rations with them. They had buried their dead. Now space wolves advanced through the avenue, firing into crowds driven from the shelters. Darren saw an old factory overseer raise both hands. A bolt round struck him in the chest. His torso burst. Blood and bone covered the workers behind him. A father ran carrying a boy beneath one arm. A wolf cut them both down with a single sweep of his chain blade. The weapon tore through the father's spine and opened the child from shoulder to hip. Their bodies fell together, joined by strips of clothing and flesh. Darren lifted his lasrifle. He did not think. He fired. The shot struck a legionary's shoulder plate and left a black mark. The space wolf turned. Darren fired again. The legionary crossed the distance before the third shot. One hand seized the lasrifle and crushed it. The other caught Darren by the forearm. Bone snapped. Darren screamed. The wolf broke his other arm. He did it with controlled pressure, bending the limb until the elbow failed and splintered bone pushed against the skin. Darren fell to his knees. "Kill me," he gasped. The legionary removed his helm. His face was scarred, his hair braided with iron rings. There was no joy in his eyes. "No!" Darren spat blood at his boots. "Coward!" The wolf looked across the avenue where the killing continued. "You will live." "Why?" "So one man remembers what this cost." The legionary turned away. Darren remained among the dead, arms hanging broken at his sides, while the hive burned around him. No official record would preserve his testimony. The space wolves moved to the next world. The Rangdan used the division between the legions as soon as it became visible. The joint assault upon Geren's Fall began with correct orders. Dark Angel's Iron Wing armor advanced from the western landing zone. Space Wolves packs entered the eastern fortress districts. Their objectives converged upon a command organ buried beneath the planetary capital. Then the orders changed. The First Legion received warning that the Sixth had been compromised. The Space Wolves received an authenticated command stating the Dark Angels intended to destroy their extraction craft and abandon them on the world. Both messages carried valid codes. The first shot came from a Dark Angel's tank. Its accelerator shell struck a Space Wolves transport and tore through the engine compartment. The vehicle flipped, shedding warriors into the ruins. The Wolves answered with missiles. A Land Raider vanished beneath the detonation. Burning ceramite struck nearby infantry like shrapnel. Within seconds, both legions were firing. Bolters hammered through shattered streets. Heavy weapons teams targeted one another across the fortress approach. Space Wolves charged through fire with axes raised. Dark Angels formed disciplined kill lines and cut them down by squads. Russ landed in the center of the battle. The Lion arrived moments later. They met between the burning wrecks of their son's vehicles. "You gave the order," Russ said. "I gave none. My captains received your cipher, as mine received yours." A Space Wolf staggered past with half his face gone. A Dark Angel fired into his back. Russ struck the shooter aside hard enough to break his breastplate. The Lion drew his sword. Russ raised his own blade. Around them, warriors continued killing. The air tightened with the promise of a Primarch's violence. Then Corswin transmitted a captured data fragment. Command origin identified. The codes were transmitted from beneath the city. The Lion did not lower his sword. Source? Neural extraction chambers. Several missing legionaries remained biologically active. The Rangdan had taken captured Astartes' brains and used them as cipher vaults. Every code was genuine because every memory had been genuine. Russ looked toward the city, his blade lowered. The Lion turned his weapon aside. "Cease fire," he commanded. Some warriors obeyed. Others required their officers to physically restrain them. The two legions stood among their dead, hatred burning beneath helmets, while the Rangdan command organ listened through stolen brains. Russ looked at the Lion. "It knows where to cut." The Lion surveyed the bodies of his sons. "Yes." Aboard the Pale Verdict, Raal began his rebellion. He had prepared for months. Unaltered legionaries occupied key armories. Hidden cells waited in the lower decks. Loyal serfs had smuggled weapons into maintenance vaults and cut secondary conduits linking the living command tissue to the ship's reactors. The plan required silence until the first detonation. Silence failed them. The implanted legionaries felt the revolt before it began. Brother Typhon turned toward his squad commander during a routine watch change. "You intend disobedience," he said. The commander reached for his weapon. Typhon broke his neck. Across the flagship, altered warriors moved at once. They entered armories seconds before the rebels activated. They opened fire through sealed doors, targeting men they could not see. Command organs constricted around escape corridors. Bulkheads fused shut. Atmosphere vented from compartments containing loyalist cells. Raal detonated the primary charges. The throne network screamed. Black tissue burst across 3 decks. Power failed. Thousands of imprisoned crewmen tore free of their restraints and fled into passageways lit by emergency lumens. Raal led 200 veterans toward the gene seed vaults. They fought through their brothers. Pale armor broke beneath bolter fire. Power blades opened black implants and secondary organs. One altered warrior continued fighting after Raal severed both legs, dragging himself forward with one arm while his body adapted to blood loss. The Loyalists reached the vault threshold. It opened. The Primarch stood beyond it. No honor guard surrounded him. He needed none. Raal raised his sword. "For the Legion," he said. The Primarch looked at the warriors behind him. "For which Legion?" Then he attacked. He crossed the vault in a storm of pale armor and black motion. His glaive cut through the first rank. 3 legionaries died in one sweep, torsos separated from legs, organs spilling across the deck. Bolter fire struck him. His armor absorbed, redirected and closed around the impacts. The Primarch seized one veteran and used him as a shield. Explosive shells burst inside the warrior's body. The Primarch threw the corpse into the firing line and followed behind it. Raal met him blade to blade. The impact broke Raal's sword. The Primarch struck him once. Raal hit the floor hard enough to crack the deck. When he woke, the throne room was alive with the voices of his brothers. The rebels had become its walls. Their bodies were opened and stretched across black frameworks. Limbs had been removed and replaced with neural roots. Spines formed columns. Rib cages served as arches. Faces remained intact within the fleshwork, mouths moving beneath the control of implanted filaments. They recited their original oaths. I am the blade of unity. I am the son of the second. I surrender life before honor. The oaths overlapped until they became a broken hymn. Raal hung in chains before the throne. The Primarch sat above him. Why spare me? Raal asked. His voice was thick with blood. Because one loyal son must understand. I understand enough. No, you feel betrayal. That is not understanding. The Primarch descended. The Emperor created sons and demanded tools. He gave us minds, pride and will, then condemned each expression of them that exceeded his design. He gave us purpose. He gave us function. And the Rangdan gave you this? Raal looked toward the living walls. They recognized superiority, said the Primarch. They offered a throne because they understood what he would not. A weapon capable of judgment should not remain in another's hand. You call this freedom? I call it authorship. One of the incorporated legionaries began screaming between repetitions of his oath. The Primarch did not look toward him. You will carry my reasoning to terror. Raal laughed, though broken ribs made the sound wet. You believe the Emperor will listen? He will understand. He will kill you. Perhaps. The Primarch leaned closer, but he will know why. Hours later, Raal found one channel the throne network had not consumed. He had hidden the cipher within the autonomic rhythm of his secondary heart. Pain unlocked it. Each beat transmitted one fragment through an abandoned distress relay. The signal crossed the burning reach. It reached the Hrafnkel, while Russ stood over casualty reports from Garen's fall. The message contained coordinates. A world absent from Imperial charts. A folded space nexus surrounded by dead suns. The core of the Second's dominion. Raal's voice followed, broken beneath interference. Do not kill him first. Russ listened. If the Central will dies before the network is severed, command restraint will collapse. Every Rangdan organism will revert to feeding imperative. Fleets, subject armies, processing worlds, all of them. The signal weakened. Break the network, then strike. A final image appeared. Raal chained beneath a throne of living flesh. Behind him, the mouths of his brothers continued reciting their oaths. The transmission ended. Russ remained silent for a long time. Then he sent the coordinates to the Lion. Across the reach, 2 Primarchs looked toward the same hidden world, and both understood that killing their brother might only be the beginning. The Imperium emptied worlds to feed the war. Forged cities that had manufactured plow engines and atmospheric processors were stripped to their foundations and rebuilt around shell presses. Agri-world harvests were seized before ripening and rendered into ration paste for armies that would never see the fields from which it came. Civilian void ships became troop carriers. Pilgrim vessels became ammunition hulks. Entire planetary economies were reduced to a single function, sustaining the advance into Rangdan space. Billions marched. Solar auxiliary cohorts assembled across 7 sectors, their armor painted in the colors of worlds already erased from the charts. Mechanicum war cohorts emerged from forge vaults under banners blackened by reactor smoke. Night houses bound their oaths to the campaign and loaded their engines aboard cathedral-sized transports. Titan maniples strode into embarkation holds, while priests chanted litanies that shook dust from the ceilings. The legions came in force. The first formed the blade of the encirclement. The sixth formed the teeth driven into its center. Other expeditionary fleets followed under sealed command, many unaware that their true enemy was a son of the Emperor. They were told only that the Rangdan threatened the survival of the species and that no retreat would be permitted. That was enough. The war consumed systems before the armies reached them. Supply calculations condemned populations to famine. Recruitment levies emptied cities of fighting-age men. Worlds petitioned for relief and received orders to increase production. Then, the Bucephalus entered the Caradriad Reach. No announcement preceded it. No herald proclaimed the master of mankind. The vessel emerged from the warp amid a formation of custodian ships, its golden hull untouched by the ruins surrounding it. Burning wreckage drifted across its path. Rangdan vessels moved to intercept, and then ceased moving, their command tissues recoiling beneath a pressure no weapon had produced. Throughout the Imperial fleet, men fell to their knees. Some saw a golden warlord standing upon the prow, armor blazing brighter than the system's star. Others saw a silent scientist in plain robes, watching the war with the cold attention of a surgeon examining disease. Some saw only a silhouette shaped like a man, so vast and unbearable that their eyes filled with blood. Astropaths screamed his name without knowing they had spoken. Navigators hid behind their shutters. Machine spirits quieted. The Lion and Russ awaited him aboard the Bucephalus. They stood within a chamber of black stone and gold machinery, surrounded by no attendants. The Emperor entered without sound. To the Lion, he appeared as a sovereign wrought for war, every movement exact, every expression concealed behind majesty. To Russ, he seemed older, not weakened, burdened in a way no armor could hide. Neither Primarch could determine whether he grieved. The Emperor looked upon the hololithic representation of the Second Empire. Hundreds of worlds glowed within branching folds of false space. Command routes ran between them like nerves. "The infection is no longer external," he said. Russ folded his arms. "Can it be cut out?" "No." The Lion's eyes remained on the display. "Because the Rangdan have changed him beyond recovery? Because he changed himself." Silence followed. The Emperor extended one hand. The hololith altered. Images appeared. The labyrinth, the living throne, the black filament entering the fracture in the Second's gauntlet. The Rangdan opened pathways into his mind, the Emperor said. They intended possession through distributed contact. He recognized the architecture and seized it. Russ's jaw tightened. He conquered the thing that sought to conquer him. He expanded it, said the Emperor. Ambition sustained the first connection. Resentment deepened it. Pride made separation undesirable. The Lion looked toward him. If the Xeno's tissue were removed, the throne would remain. Then recovery was never possible. It was possible before he chose dominion. The Emperor closed his hand. The image vanished. Russ looked away. Did he know what he was becoming? Yes. And still he continued. Yes. The single word ended the question of mercy. The Emperor turned toward the chamber's sealed doors. Break the labyrinth of night. The command passed through the fleet like a sentence of death. Vaults opened beneath Mechanicum Guard. No record named what lay inside them. Servitors without eyes moved along corridors emptied of all human crew. Null generators surrounded a procession of black transports. Each vehicle bore containment sigils older than the Imperium. Frost formed upon their hulls despite the heat of active reactors. Something moved within the largest transport. Not physically. Reality around it bent. Deck plating aged and renewed in alternating waves. Shadows pointed toward the sealed chamber, even when no light shone behind them. Vox systems transmitted voices from dead languages. Astropaths across the fleet screamed at the same moment and could not explain why. Mechanicum priests blinded themselves rather than look upon the readings. Custodians walked beside the transport with guardian spears lowered. No one asked what had been released from the Emperor's vaults. The Imperial counteroffensive began across 7 gateway systems. The Lion directed the assault from the invincible reason. His orders moved fleets as though they were pieces upon a board large enough to contain worlds. Extermination groups struck one nexus. Iron Wing armies assaulted another. Raven Wing formations hunted mobile command structures through rings of shattered moons. Dreadwing vessels seeded dead systems with weapons intended to make even conquest impossible. Every battle served one purpose: force the Second to divide himself. The Lion watched the command web tremble as attacks opened across distant fronts. "Pressure the outer gates," he ordered. "Do not seek victory. Seek attention." Dark Angel's cruisers advanced into killing fields. They fired, withdrew, and returned from new vectors. Rangdan fleets pursued them through folded corridors, only to find mines, temporal traps, and gravitic ambushes waiting. Russ led the deep strikes. His packs did not hold ground. They entered command worlds, killed everything connected to the Rangdan network, and left before the surrounding armies could respond. Space wolves boarded living vessels with chain blades, frost axes, and melter charges. They tore command organs from hulls and cast them into the void, still screaming. Every destroyed node forced the Second to reach farther. Every severed connection thinned his control somewhere else. The cost was measured in armies. At Idris, the sky burned for 9 days. The world had once been an ocean planet. Rangdan industry had raised black continents from the sea, each built around command wells descending into the mantle. Titan legions landed upon those artificial shores. Warlords advanced through storms of ash. Reavers moved between them in hunter formations. Warhounds ranged ahead, their weapons cutting paths through living fortifications. The Rangdan answered with siege beasts large enough to span mountain ranges. Their bodies rested upon hundreds of limbs. Weapon organs grew along their backs like forests. Some fired pulses that folded armor inward. Others vomited streams of incandescent organisms that burrowed through void shields and detonated against Titan carapaces. The first warlord died before its feet touched stable ground. A gravitic strike crushed its upper body into the pelvis. The reactor breached. A second Titan vanished inside the blast. The survivors continued. Plasma annihilators turned the horizon white. Volcano cannon bored through siege beast armor and opened caverns of steaming flesh. Macro weapons fired, until barrels sagged. Rangdan organisms climbed Titan legs in swarms, tearing open joints and forcing infantry to fight across the God Engine's armor. Solar Auxilia soldiers climbed from ruptured knee housings, while burning oil poured around them in rivers. One cohort fought across the back of a fallen Reaver, using its cooling reactor housing as a fortress. Rangdan forms crawled from beneath the wreck. The Auxilia fired until rifle cells failed, then killed with bayonets, entrenching tools, and their own broken weapons. A warlord sank into liquefied ground. The battlefield had become a lake of mud, blood, and engine fluid. Its legs disappeared to the knees. Siege beasts closed from both flanks. The Princeps ordered full reactor output. The Titan fired every weapon at once. Plasma destroyed the nearest creature. Gatling fire shredded the limbs of another. The warlord's void shields collapsed beneath the discharge, and enemy organisms flooded its upper decks. Infantry fought along the shoulders, while the Titan died beneath them. Some leapt into the burning mud, rather than be dragged into the open joints. Others climbed toward the cockpit, hoping the God Engine's death would be faster than capture. The Titan detonated before they arrived. The explosion stripped clouds from the sky. The Second answered the Imperial assault with his own flesh. His laboratories had harvested cells from his body for months. Those cells were fed Rangdan growth mediums, human endocrine systems, and fragments of failed gene seed. The result was not a Primarch. It was something built in the shape of one. The first pseudo-Primarch emerged on Gathis Prime. It stood twice the height of a legionary, armored in bone that altered beneath incoming fire. Its face resembled the second's only in broad proportion. The eyes were empty, the mouth opened without breath. It killed an entire Dark Angels command squad before they understood what they faced. Bolter fire shattered against its chest. Plasma burned through one shoulder. The wound closed around the heat. It seized a legionary and crushed him inside his own armor. Another was torn in half at the waist. The creature used the upper body as a weapon, striking down the dead warrior's brothers with ceramite and exposed bone. A full company was required to kill it. They brought graviton weapons, melter charges, and a dreadnought armed with paired power fists. The creature tore the dreadnought open and dragged the entombed warrior from the sarcophagus. The company commander detonated every charge at once. The pseudo-Primarch vanished within a crater. On 3 other worlds, more appeared. One bore a power glaive grown from its own arm. Another possessed a voice that issued false commands in the second's tone. The third adapted to every weapon used against it, until space wolves killed it with blades, teeth, and a collapsing fortress. They had strength without soul, memory without identity. They were not sons. They were reflections grown for slaughter. The second felt each of them die. He sat upon the central throne of his core world, while the war spread across hundreds of systems. Black roots entered his spine. Living metal encased his limbs. Around him, command organisms pulsed within walls built from bodies. Every front existed within his mind. He saw through billions of eyes. He felt lance strikes cut through bioships. He tasted the blood of auxiliar soldiers through mouths not his own. He directed siege beasts, legion hybrids, enthralled fleets, and processing colonies with a thought. The burden would have destroyed any mortal intellect. He had ceased to regard himself as mortal. Then the labyrinth of night opened. The weapon was activated at the Rangdan nexus of Vordrath. No one outside the Emperor's inner command understood the mechanism. The black transport separated. Null fields collapsed. For one instant, the system became perfectly silent. Then space folded inward. Fleets curved toward a point that possessed no position. Moons split without impact. Gateway structures twisted along dimensions no human sense could follow. Rangdan vessels stretched into lines of darkness and vanished. The system's star dimmed, not eclipsed, forgotten. The nexus collapsed into a region where distance, light, and sequence no longer agreed. The labyrinth screamed. Across the Second's empire, the command chorus shattered. Billions of Rangdan minds were severed at once. Some died. Some awoke alone for the first time in their existence. Others howled across the psychic network, unable to understand why the greater intelligence had abandoned them. The Second screamed with them, his back arched against the throne. Black blood burst from his nose and mouth. Veins beneath his skin swelled like roots seeking air. The living crown around his brow constricted until bone cracked. He had not felt pain since his coronation. Now whole worlds were torn from him. A fleet vanished from his awareness. Then another. Processing colonies fell silent. Hybrid armies lost command and turned upon everything around them. Rangdan warforms attacked human crews, one another, and their own command tissues. On Talasar Verge, millions of enthralled soldiers began eating the wounded. On Karad Secundus, siege organisms tore open their own bodies, searching for the voice that had left them. Subordinate Rangdan minds attempted to separate. The Second felt them flee through ruptured pathways, each seeking to become an independent will. He seized at them. Some escaped. Others he crushed. The throne room shook. Raal hung within the living monument, barely conscious, listening as his father's empire came apart. The Primarch rose. Neural cords tore free from his spine. Black fluid spilled across the throne. His calm was gone. "What did he use?" he demanded. No answer came. The walls spoke only with the oaths of dismembered legionaries. I am the blade of unity. I am the son of the second. The Primarch struck the nearest column. Bone, armor, and living tissue burst outward. The incorporated warrior within it continued reciting his oath through a mouth hanging from half a skull. The Primarch turned toward the command membrane. Concentrate all surviving fleets. The membrane pulsed erratically. He struck it with his fist. Every vessel, every army, every subject world still capable of movement, withdraw to the core. The remaining network resisted. Fear moved through it. Not fear of the Emperor, fear of him. The Primarch reached into the command web and forced obedience upon every mind still connected. Ships abandoned battles. Armies turned from imperial assaults. Siege beasts uprooted themselves from worlds they had occupied for generations. All moved toward the hidden core world. The second stood before the throne, blood blackening his armor. For the first time, Raal saw rage upon his father's face. Not fury born from loss, fury born from defiance. The Emperor gathered his sons aboard the Bucephalus as the Rangdan Empire contracted. The Lion stood to his right. Russ stood to his left. Around them waited custodian commanders, mechanicum lords and fleet masters, who had been told only enough to understand the scale of what remained. The Emperor looked upon the collapsing command web. The network is broken. Russ studied the converging enemy fleets. Not destroyed. No. The Lion's gaze fixed upon the hidden core world. He is drawing everything inward. He has no other choice, said the Emperor. Then the final strike begins now. The Emperor looked at both of them. There will be no recovery. The words entered the chamber without force. They required none. The second Primarch is condemned. His altered legion is condemned. Every organism joined to his empire is condemned. Every human world shaped by his dominion is condemned. One of the fleet masters shifted. My lord, some populations may remain unaltered. The Emperor turned his gaze upon him. The officer fell silent. No witness will remain, said the master of mankind. No archive, no monument, no account. The Lion understood first. This war will be erased. Yes. Russ's expression darkened. His name as well. Yes. The Emperor raised one hand. The image of the second Primarch appeared above the hololith, seated upon a throne, while Rangdan armies knelt around him. Humanity will not know that one of its demigods chose Xenos dominion. It will not know that a son of mine sought a crown beyond mankind. It will remember only that the Rangdan were destroyed. The image vanished. Advance upon the core. Across the reach, engines ignited. Legion fleets turned toward the hidden world. Titan transports entered formation. Extermination ships armed cyclonic warheads. Billions of soldiers received coordinates for a destination that would never appear in any history. The Imperium went to kill a Primarch, and afterward, it would kill the memory that he had ever lived. The core world had never been born. It had been assembled. The Imperial fleet found it turning in darkness beyond the collapsed gateway nexus, immense and black, beneath the light of a dying star. At first, Auspec's returns suggested a planet of unusual density. Then the readings resolved. Its continents were armor plates. Mountain chains formed interlocking ridges of calcified tissue and living metal. Vast trenches marked the seams where one continental plate slid beneath another. Oceans moved according to no tide. Their black surfaces rose and fell in slow pulses, circulating nutrient fluids through caverns that reached toward the planetary core. Cities covered the surface. They were not cities in the human sense. Each spire was an optic organ. Each habitation vault was a memory reservoir. Every road served as a nerve tract. Every population center existed to observe, calculate, feel, or transmit. The world looked back at the fleet. Millions of apertures opened across the night-facing hemisphere. The sight of them drove lesser augur crews mad. At the center of the organism, beneath continents, oceans, and layers of armored flesh, the second Primarch sat upon his throne. Every surviving Rangdan mind remained connected to him. The network had been wounded by the breaking of the labyrinth of night, but not destroyed. What remained had recoiled inward. Fleets, armies, and command entities had been dragged toward the core until the world had become the final knot in a civilization strangling itself to survive. The second felt the Imperial Armada arrive. He saw the Bucephalus through 1,000 planetary eyes. He saw the black ships of the First Legion. He saw the grey assault vessels of the Sixth. He felt the Emperor's presence like a blade held against the back of his skull. Still, he did not rise. He sat within the throne of bone, black metal, and preserved nerves, while the dead of conquered species formed the chamber around him. Fossilized kings supported the vaulting arches. Species whose names had vanished before humanity reached the stars had been reduced to columns, tiles, and ornament. Their preserved nervous systems pulsed with faint awareness. The throne had been built from 1 billion dead. The world had been built around it. The bombardment began without challenge. Macro cannon batteries fired in coordinated waves. Shells crossed the void in numbers sufficient to eclipse stars. They struck the core world's surface and flattened continental ridges. Living mountains burst open. Black blood and molten stone rose into the atmosphere in pillars visible from orbit. Lance strikes followed. Golden beams bored through cloud and armor. Seas boiled. Nutrient oceans became continents of steam. Surface organs ruptured beneath the heat, spilling forests of sensory tissue into burning waters. Torpedoes came next. Whole squadrons emptied their magazines into designated fault lines. Warheads detonated beneath the surface and excavated corridors through the living crust. Some burrowed for hundreds of kilometers before exploding. The world convulsed around them. Then it began to heal. Cities folded inward. Population vaults opened. Human bodies, Xenos thralls, and failed hybrid stock poured into arterial pits. Some were already dead. Many were not. Their flesh dissolved within digestive lakes beneath the crust. Bone became mineral support. Blood became nutrient flow. Nervous tissue was drawn into damaged command pathways. Entire populations vanished so that one crater could close. The Imperial fleet bombarded again. For 7 days, the surface broke and remade itself. At last, the Emperor gave the order to descend. The Dark Angels established the first beachheads. Iron Wing super-heavy formations landed inside corridors carved by orbital fire. Mastodons, land raiders, and massive siege tanks emerged through curtains of ash. Their tracks crushed spasming tissue beneath them. Armored companies advanced beneath mobile void shields, while the ground attempted to swallow their vehicles. The Iron Wing responded with force. Graviton weapons pinned sections of living terrain until armor could cross. Heavy lasers cut through regenerative ridges. Siege guns fired point-blank into opening, mouths large enough to consume entire companies. Behind them came the Dreadwing. They carried death that could poison a world already made from poison. Rad missiles burst across the exposed fleshlands. Cellular regeneration accelerated, failed, and collapsed into grey sludge. Phosphex crawled through trenches and nerve canals, burning beneath the surface where conventional flame could not reach. Destroyer squads advanced inside the green-white fire, their armor blackening beneath radiation. The terrain tried to heal. The Dreadwing made healing impossible. Every kilometer cost blood. Thousands of legionaries died, forcing the armored corridors inward. Some were dragged beneath the ground when the crust opened. Others disappeared inside, grasping growths that closed around power armor and dissolved ceramite layer by layer. Mortal losses became uncountable. Solar auxiliary cohorts advanced between the Legion tanks. Millions crossed the landing zones. Entire regiments were consumed by sudden contractions in the earth. Others died when black rain entered armor seals and began growing inside their lungs. The survivors marched over them. No retrieval was attempted. No casualty record could be kept accurately enough to matter. The Lion directed the advance from a mobile command bastion lowered into the primary breach. He watched tactical displays fail, reform, and fail again as the planet altered its own geography. "Maintain the armored corridors," he ordered. A commander reported that 3 Iron Wing companies had vanished beneath a closing ridge. "Open another route. The bombardment window is exhausted. Then use the ground beneath the ridge. There are living vaults below." The Lion did not look away from the display. Not for long. Dreadwing charges penetrated the lower chambers. The blast opened a path. The First Legion advanced through what had once been a city-sized sensory organ, its walls still twitching around them. At the poles, the Space Wolves struck differently. Stormbirds descended through burning debris, their engines flaring against the black atmosphere. Some were torn apart by surface fire. Others came low enough to scrape armor from the tips of living fortress spines. Teleport beacons ignited inside the polar bastions. Space Wolves appeared in sealed chambers among Rangdan defenders. They fought in packs, cutting command organs free before the planetary network could respond. Frost blades opened black tissue. Bolters burst through human thralls and Xeno's armor alike. Small infiltration groups moved ahead through vents and nerve canals. They planted charges inside transit nodes. They marked routes for larger forces. They killed in silence until silence became impossible. Russ fought at the front. He did not do so for spectacle. Every assault stalled when the largest Rangdan organisms entered battle. They rose from beneath the polar fortresses, like beasts dragging themselves from an ocean of flesh. Some stood higher than hive towers. Their limbs ended in siege claws. Weapon organs fired storms of bone needles and gravitic pulses capable of crushing tanks flat. Only a Primarch could keep the advance moving through them. Russ met the first beneath a sky filled with burning aircraft. The creature struck with a limb broad enough to erase a formation. Russ ran beneath it. He leapt onto the descending claw, sprinted along living armor, and drove his blade into a seam beneath the elbow. Black blood erupted around him. The limb failed and crashed into the battlefield, crushing Rangdan and Imperial soldiers together. Russ climbed higher. The siege organism tried to throw him free. He cut into its neck, found the nerve spine and tore it open with both hands. The creature collapsed across 3 fortress districts. Space Wolves swarmed over the body before it stopped moving. The advance continued. The second flooded the world with everything he had left. Enslaved human armies came first. They wore the uniforms of a dozen lost expeditionary fleets. Some carried Imperial rifles. Others had their arms replaced by Xeno's weapons. Their faces showed terror, even as they marched in perfect order. Behind them came alien thralls bred for war. Some were small enough to crawl beneath tanks and enter through maintenance gaps. Others carried blades grown from their own skeletons. Species extinct outside the core world fought beneath the command of the Primarch, who had inherited their conquerors. Failed Astartes hybrids marched among them. They towered above the human tide, bones shifting beneath altered flesh. Their bodies changed as they were struck. Armor-piercing rounds caused them to thicken. Flame made their skin secrete reflective oils. Plasma killed them only until surviving companies learned its pattern. Then came the children. Not human children alone. The offspring of conquered species had been reshaped into weapons small enough to evade targeting doctrines. Some carried neural bombs implanted behind their eyes. Others screamed command signals that made mortal soldiers forget which direction they faced. They ran toward Imperial lines in swarms. Precision fire became impossible. Dark Angel's guns cut them down. Space Wolves killed them with blades when the bodies reached the trenches. Solar Auxilia soldiers fired until barrels clogged with blood, fragments of bone and tissue. Heavy bolters jammed because corpses packed themselves into firing lanes faster than explosive rounds could clear them. A tank column disappeared beneath bodies. It continued moving for several meters, tracks grinding through flesh, until the mass grew too deep and the engine stalled. Then Rangdan warforms reached it. Aboard the inner throne network, Rahal felt the planet begin to die. He had lost the ability to distinguish pain from location. His remaining arm ended in black cables. Much of his face had been removed and replaced by sensory tissue. Several organs no longer belonged entirely to him. He had been made part of the throne system. The second had believed that integration would end resistance. Instead, it gave Rahal access. Each orbital strike passed through the network. Each severed command organ sent a moment of blindness across the living walls. Rahal waited through thousands of those moments, measuring rhythm, searching for the longest gap. When the Lion's reserve bombardment struck the southern mantle, the throne system convulsed. Rahal tore himself free. Cables ripped from his spine. Black blood and red blood sprayed across the chamber. The remains of his left arm separated at the shoulder. A support hook tore half the skin from his face. He fell to the floor. An attendant organism turned toward him. Rahal seized a broken restraint bar and drove it through the creature's throat. Two human servitors moved to contain him. He crushed one skull against the wall and tore the other's feeding tube free, wrapping it around the servitor's neck until the spine broke. He staggered toward the maintenance aperture. Every movement threatened to kill him. He continued. The encoded route remained within his altered nerves. The second had built weaknesses into the planet. Not accidental weaknesses, secret ones. Paths that bypassed command organs. Transit tunnels that could close behind an intruder, but not ahead. Interfaces keyed to the Primarch's own genetic pattern, and, through inheritance, to the legion born from him. Rahal understood why. Some part of his father had anticipated betrayal. Not betrayal by others, his own. A Dark Angel's kill team found Rahal in an arterial conduit beneath the western breach. They aimed weapons at once. The leader wore cataphractii plate marked with Deathwing bone. Identify. Kedman Rahal. The weapons remained trained upon him. You are contaminated. Yes. You are armed. Barely. You will surrender. Rahal looked at the blood running from his ruined shoulder. I have already surrendered most of myself. The Deathwing commander stepped closer. Why should we trust you? You should not. Rahal raised his remaining hand and placed it against the living wall. A hidden seam opened. Beyond it lay a transit tunnel pulsing toward the planetary center. This path reaches the throne. The commander studied him. And afterward, you may execute me. No hesitation entered Rahal's voice. Afterward, he said, there will be little left worth saving. The Dark Angels took him with them. They moved through artery-like tunnels while the world closed behind them. Blood flowed ankle-deep beneath their boots. Nerve bundles contracted along the walls. At intervals, Rahal touched hidden interfaces and opened passages invisible to Imperial Auspex. The kill team leader watched him. You said the Primarch created these routes. Yes. To escape? To permit access? To whom? Rahal coughed blood. To whatever part of him still expected judgment. You believe that part remains? No. Then why build the weaknesses? Because he understood himself before he became unable to. The tunnels shook. Above them, millions died. The second spoke through the world. His voice emerged from the ground, the sky, every captured vox and every exposed nerve. Soldiers of the Imperium. The battle faltered. Mortal troops looked upward. Your masters have brought you here to die unnamed. They will erase this war. They will erase the reason for your sacrifice. Your families will receive no truth. Your worlds will know only that you vanished. The voice carried no psychic compulsion at first. It did not need one. Lay down your weapons. You will be spared. Your tithes will end. Your children will not be taken for wars beneath distant stars. Hunger will cease. Fear will cease. Death itself will cease. The promise spread across every battlefield. Join me, and no part of you will be lost. Your memory will remain within the whole. Your strength will serve forever. Kneel and live beyond the weakness of singular flesh." Then the pressure entered. Entire auxiliary regiments stopped firing. Officers screamed commands. Soldiers turned their weapons. One cohort opened fire upon the Dark Angels, holding the line before them. Lasbolts struck black armor. Heavy weapons teams rotated toward Allied tanks. Artillery batteries changed target coordinates and began shelling Imperial reserves. Rebellion spread through the beachheads. Some soldiers wept as they fired. Others smiled with absolute peace. The Lion saw formations collapse across the hololith. "Signal discipline has failed," an officer reported. "Command override is spreading. Execute affected regiments. We cannot distinguish them quickly enough." The Lion looked toward the orbital image of the Bucephalus. Then the Emperor imposed silence. It did not arrive as a sound. It was the absence of one. For several minutes, every soldier upon the world became alone within his own mind. The second's voice vanished. Rangdan's signals vanished. Even the psychic murmur of fear disappeared. Men who had turned upon their allies dropped weapons and stared at their hands. Hybrid armies staggered. Command organisms convulsed without instruction. The world itself paused. The Lion acted. "Commit the reserve." Teleport flares erupted across the primary breach. Terminator formations arrived in massed waves, their armor appearing inside fortresses, trenches, and command chambers. Deathwing veterans advanced beneath storm shields. Chain fists tore through living bulkheads. Plasma fire turned defenders into expanding clouds of vapor. Sealed weapons followed. Constructs without Imperial designations crawled from transport vaults. Their shapes altered when observed. Shackled engines guided them. Some consumed enemy matter and grew. Others projected fields that made living tissue forget its own form. They would later be removed from every Legion archive. Now they were unleashed without restraint. The 1st Legion drove inward. Russ led the 6th through the collapsing polar routes. The wolves killed command beasts before the 2nd's voice could return. Packs fought inside the corpses of larger organisms, cutting through digestive chambers and armor glands to reach the mantle tunnels beneath. The Emperor's silence ended. The 2nd returned with a roar that shook continents. But the opening had been enough. Imperial forces reached the inner mantle. Behind them, the world began to close. Transit corridors contracted. Breach shafts sealed. Continental wounds folded shut beneath layers of fresh armor. Landing routes disappeared one by one. Retreat became impossible. The armies continued inward because there was nowhere else to go. Ahead lay the throne chamber. It occupied a cavity larger than a nation. Its walls were built from the remains of every civilization the Rangdan Emperor had exterminated. Preserved skulls formed roads. Fossilized bodies supported bridges. Nervous systems stretched across the abyss in glowing strands. At the center, upon a throne made from the dead of uncounted worlds, the 2nd Primarch waited. Behind the advancing Imperial armies, the last path to the surface sealed like a closing wound. The throne chamber was large enough to contain armies, and cruel enough to remember every one of them. Towers of fused skeletons rose from the abyssal floor, each column built from the dead of a different species. Human rib cages interlocked with alien vertebrae. Primordial skulls stared from arches of black bone. The towers supported a ceiling of living metal that shifted like the underside of a vast sleeping beast. Rivers of neural fluid crossed the chamber in channels broad enough to drown armored vehicles. Pale currents moved through them without turbulence, carrying thought instead of water. Every pulse fed commands outward into the planetary organism. Millions of bodies hung from the ceiling on cables. Some were human. Others had once belonged to civilizations the Imperium had never known. Their skulls had been opened. Their nerves descended into translucent conduits. Their mouths moved soundlessly as they processed targeting solutions, battle reports, and the dying sensations of armies fighting throughout the world. The chamber breathed through them. The lion entered first. Deathwing veterans advanced behind him in a wall of bone-white plate. Dark Angel's Terminators formed disciplined wedges around mobile shield emitters and relic weapons drawn from the sealed armories of the First. Every step carried them across a floor made from flattened faces. Russ entered from the polar approach. The wolves came bloodied. Their grey armor had been scorched black in places. Many carried weapons taken from dead pack brothers. Frost blades smoked in the wet heat. Chain axes dripped black blood onto the living floor. Between the legion formations staggered what remained of the mortal armies. Solar auxiliar cohorts had become broken clusters. Their standards were burned. Their officers were dead or carried on stretchers. Still they marched because the world had closed behind them and because the Emperor had given them no future except the chamber ahead. Caedmon R'al moved among them. One arm was gone. Half his face had been replaced by raw black tissue, and cables still hung from wounds along his spine. His armor had been cut away around the ribs, where stolen organs protruded beneath torn flesh. He carried a bolter in his remaining hand. Every breath sounded like metal scraping against bone. At the chamber's center, the second Primarch rose from the throne. He remained recognizable. That was worse than transformation into something wholly alien. He had grown larger. Pale Xeno's plating had fused across his armor, spreading over the old Legion colors without entirely concealing them. Black neural spines formed a crown around his skull, penetrating bone and disappearing beneath the skin of his brow. His face was still his own, the same severe mouth, the same eyes that had once watched compliance fleets burn without triumph, the same features his Legion had learned to seek for approval. Only the scale had changed. His original power glaive rested in one hand. Its blade remained imperial. Its haft still bore the marks of ancient campaigns. He had kept it deliberately, proof that he considered himself evolved, not replaced. The second looked upon the armies entering his court. "So," he said. His voice came from his mouth and from every hanging body above them. "The obedient sons arrive." The lion walked forward alone. Russ watched him go. No weapon fired. For several heartbeats, the war paused. The lion stopped beyond striking distance. "Do you remember your oath?" The second smiled. "I remember all of it." "Recite it." The second lifted his glaive and planted its edge against the floor. The chamber quieted. "I swear myself to the unity of mankind. I surrender pride before purpose, desire before duty, and life before the command of the Master of Terror. I shall carry compliance beyond the known stars. I shall break division. I shall end the dominion of the alien. I shall place no crown above the Imperium, and no will above the Emperor." He spoke every word perfectly. Not a syllable changed. The lion's expression remained unreadable. "You broke it." "No." The second's answer came softly. "He did." Russ gave a low growl. The second continued. "He created sons and called them weapons. He gave us intellect sufficient to judge his designs, then named judgment disobedience. He gave us ambition, sufficient to conquer empires, then demanded we possess none of our own. The oath was yours," said the lion. "The deception was his. You knew the purpose for which you were made. I knew the purpose he permitted me to speak." The second gestured toward the chamber. "Look at what I achieved. Division ended. Species made useful. Hunger, dissent, and chance reduced beneath a single will. The Great Crusade claims to seek unity. I completed the claim." "You completed nothing," said the lion. "You replaced resistance with mutilation. Resistance is only identity defending its own inconvenience." The lion's hand settled upon his sword. "Then you remember the oath and reject it knowingly." "I reject the premise that a creator possesses eternal claim over the created." Russ stepped forward. "Enough." The second looked toward him. Russ's face held no amusement. Every tyrant gives appetite a noble name. Duty, unity, destiny. You dress yours in philosophy because saying, "I wanted a throne," sounds smaller. The second's eyes narrowed. You were sent to kill what the Emperor fears to name. I was sent because some wounds must be cut clean. You mistake the hand holding the blade for freedom, and you mistake kneeling corpses for a kingdom. The second raised his glaive. The throne chamber opened. Walls split along hidden seams. Black vaults unfolded. Hybrid warriors emerged in ranks. They wore remnants of 2nd Legion plate. Some had been built from failed aspirants. Others bore stolen gene seed harvested from captured legionaries. Their bodies had been enlarged beyond stable transhuman form. Bone armor layered their shoulders. Additional limbs unfolded from beneath rib cages. Neural spines connected whole companies in silent communion. Their faces had been shaped in imitation of dead captains. Raal recognized some. A warrior wearing the features of Captain Orsane turned toward him. The skull had been rebuilt from memory and gene stock. The eyes were wrong. "Father preserved us," the thing said. Raal raised his bolter. "No." He fired. The round entered the imitation captain's mouth and burst through the back of its skull. The chamber erupted. Dark angels met the hybrids in disciplined lines. Storm bolters thundered. Plasma fire turned pale armor and black tissue into incandescent spray. Chain fists tore through fused ceramite. The altered veterans struck back with Xeno's blades capable of passing through armor before becoming solid inside flesh. Space wolves attacked the throne conduits. Packs leapt into the rivers of neural fluid and waded through currents that tried to invade their minds. They hacked at living cables with axes and chain blades. Each severed conduit produced a scream from thousands of hanging processors. Mortal survivors followed Raal toward the central cortex. They crossed bridges of fossil bone, while fire filled the spaces between the towers. Auxilia rifles flashed in ragged volleys. Heavy weapons crews dragged guns through blood and neural fluid. Men died beneath weapons they did not understand, and kept firing because retreat had become a word without meaning. The second entered the battle. He moved with speed no body of his size should have possessed. A Deathwing squad fired as one. He turned before the first muzzle flash. Every round passed behind him. He had seen the shots through the eyes of the chamber. The glaive swept outward. 3 Terminators left the floor. One struck a skeletal tower hard enough to rupture his armor and paced the warrior inside it against the inner plate. Another vanished into a river of neural fluid. The third landed among mortal troops and crushed 6 beneath his weight. The lion attacked. His blade met the glaive. The collision cracked the floor. The lion turned the strike aside and cut toward his brother's throat. The second moved before the blade changed direction. He caught the lion's wrist, twisted, and drove a knee into his breastplate. The lion slid backward across the faces beneath the floor. Russ came from the flank. His blade struck the second's shoulder and tore away a plate of pale Xeno's armor. Black blood sprayed across Russ's face. The second smiled. Then he struck Russ in the ribs. Ceramite shattered. Russ left the ground and crashed through a rank of hybrid warriors. Bones broke beneath the impact. He rolled, rose, and spat blood. The second turned back to the lion. Still measuring? Yes. The lion attacked again. His sword became a blur of precise cuts. Each stroke sought a joint, conduit, or exposed seam. Each was anticipated. The second parried one-handed. He moved before the lion moved. A feint toward the throat failed. A reverse cut toward the knee failed. The second caught the blade between glaive haft and gauntlet and twisted. The lion's sword guard broke. Metal fragments scattered across the floor. The lion released the weapon before his wrist could be shattered and drew a shorter blade from beneath his cloak. The second drove him back. Around them, the chamber became a storm of broken armor, severed limbs, and burning flesh. Dark angels fired into altered Legion veterans at distances too close for targeting systems. Bolter detonations filled helms with blood. Plasma wounds melted warriors together. Chain blades shrieked against Xeno's bone. The wolves reached the first command conduit. A rune priest drove his axe into the pulsing trunk. The conduit split. Neural fluid flooded the platform. Every hybrid company within sight staggered. The second turned his head. For the first time, he reacted after an event rather than before it. The lion saw. "All formations," he said across the command net. "Destroy the sensory nodes." Corswin understood. "Friendly forces remain within those sectors. Destroy them." Orders moved through the first. Dreadwing weapons turned inward. Rad missiles struck the nearest towers. Hanging processors blackened inside their cables. Phosphex climbed skeletal columns and entered the bodies suspended above. Hundreds of Imperial soldiers remained beneath them. The towers collapsed. Bone, molten metal, and burning bodies fell across the battlefield. Dark angels vanished beneath the debris. Auxilia regiments disappeared inside clouds of radioactive ash. A section of the throne chamber went blind. The second faltered, only for a heartbeat. It was enough for the lion to cut into his thigh. The blade penetrated beneath the fused armor. Black blood flowed. The second struck the lion across the helm. The Primarch of the first crashed to one knee. Another sensory tower exploded. More Imperial troops died. More eyes closed. The second's movements became less certain. The lion rose. Again, his own warriors obeyed. A sealed construct from the First Legion arsenals unfolded beside the western approach. Its limbs divided into mirrored geometries. A shackled intelligence screamed through Vox channels as it targeted a region containing both Rangdan organisms and space wolves. Russ heard the targeting tone. He looked toward the lion. The lion did not look back. The construct fired. A section of reality collapsed. Warriors vanished. The sensory tissue behind them ceased to exist. The second staggered. Russ charged. He struck low, not with elegance, but with weight enough to split fortress gates. His shoulder drove into the second's abdomen. Both Primarchs crashed across the chamber floor. Russ abandoned his sword. He seized the second's crown with one hand and hammered his fist into his face with the other. Bone broke. The second drove his thumb into Russ's damaged ribs. Russ roared. The second tore free and struck him beneath the jaw. Russ's head snapped back. Teeth and blood scattered across the floor. Russ answered with a headbutt. The impact crushed part of the second's nose and tore two neural spines from his skull. The chamber convulsed. The second drove his glaive haft into Russ's stomach, then brought the blade down toward his neck. Russ caught the haft in both hands. The edge stopped against his gorget. Armor split. Blood ran beneath it. The two Primarchs strained against one another. The floor cracked around their feet. Russ could not overpower him. He did not need to. He held him. The lion moved through the battle, searching. He watched how the neural rivers pulsed. He watched which towers dimmed when the second exerted himself. He watched the throne behind him. The structure had roots running downward into the planetary cortex, but one cluster remained protected by layers of fused remains. A structural weakness, not in the throne, in the command architecture beneath it. Raal saw the same thing. He led the mortal survivors across a bridge made from the spine of some extinct colossus. Hybrid warriors blocked the far end. The Auxilia opened fire. Las bolts filled the air. A plasma gun discharged until its operator's arms burned inside his gloves. Men advanced behind the bodies of those who fell. Raal reached the hybrids. He fired his bolter until the chamber clicked empty. Then he used it as a club. One altered warrior drove a bone spike through his abdomen. Raal trapped the limb against his body and pulled the creature closer. He bit through the soft tissue beneath its jaw and tore free a mouthful of black flesh. The hybrid recoiled. Raal smashed the bolter casing through its skull. He staggered onward. The entrance to the command cortex opened at his touch. Inside lay no throne, only a cavern of thought. Billions of neural strands converged around a central interface shaped to receive the second's body. Every surviving mind in the Empire flowed through it. Worship entered as chemical signal. Fear entered as energy. Obedience entered as confirmation of self. Raal understood. His father was not trapped. No restraint held him. No mechanism prevented separation. He could rise from the throne whenever he chose. He remained because disconnection would mean silence. No armies kneeling. No world speaking his name. No billions of minds affirming that his will had become law. The second had once claimed to be consuming the Rangdan. He had told himself he controlled the throne. Now he needed it to confirm that control had always been his. Raal laughed. The sound became a cough. "You could have left." The cortex answered in his father's voice. "I chose to remain. You chose worship. I chose order. You chose never to be alone again." The neural strands tightened around him. Raal placed his remaining hand upon the first conduit. It recognized his gene line. The surface opened. He pulled. The conduit tore free. Across the chamber, millions of enthralled bodies screamed. Raal seized another, then another. He destroyed them manually, ripping thought pathways from the cortex while black fluid poured over his armor. The second froze. Russ felt the change. The strength pressing against him faltered. The second turned toward the cortex. "Raal!" The name shook the chamber. Raal tore through another bundle. "You built this weakness. Stop. You knew." The second hurled Russ aside. Russ struck the floor and rolled through a river of neural fluid. The second abandoned the duel. He moved toward the cortex with terror beneath his rage. Not fear of death, fear of silence. The lion saw the opening. Russ saw it too. Both understood that no second chance would come. The second reached for Raal. Behind him, the lion recovered his broken sword. Russ rose through blood and shattered armor. Brother turned upon brother, and the execution began. The second reached Raal before the cortex died. He crossed the distance in a single blurred movement, leaving Russ and the lion behind amid the collapsing architecture of the throne chamber. Black neural fluid burst beneath his feet. Shattered pieces of living metal spun through the air around him. Raal had torn free another command conduit. The severed strand writhed in his hand like an opened artery, spraying pale fluid across his mutilated armor. The cortex behind him flickered. Billions of distant thoughts stuttered. Whole armies paused in the act of killing. Then the Primarch's hand closed around his throat. Raal was lifted from the floor. His remaining arm hung uselessly at his side. Half his face had ceased responding. Black cables dragged from the ruins of his spine and swayed beneath him. The second held him with one hand. "You could have stood beside me," he said. His voice came from his mouth alone now. The millions of hanging bodies no longer repeated it. Raal smiled through torn lips. "I did. I can restore you." The Primarch drew him closer. The ruined flesh around Raal's shoulder began to move. Black threads crept from the second's gauntlet, reaching toward exposed nerves and bone. "I can replace every part they took. I can give you command of worlds. Your brothers can live within the chorus. No memory need be lost." Raal coughed blood across his father's armor. "You mean no voice need contradict yours? I mean immortality. You mean obedience. I mean an end to waste." The second's expression tightened. For a moment, the throne chamber seemed to recede around them. The Legion war, the dead civilizations, the burning rivers of neural fluid, all became distant beneath the intimacy of father and son. "You were my first certainty," the Primarch said. "Before the Legion, before the Crusade, before I understood what he intended for us." Raal's eye remained fixed upon him. "And now? Now you are the last to refuse understanding." Raal gave a wet laugh. The sound barely survived his damaged lungs. "A Primarch who needs slaves to call him Emperor has already admitted he is lesser than his father." The words entered the second like a blade. His face did not change at once. Then something beneath the fused armor trembled. Not rage, grief. It appeared only for a heartbeat, but it was genuine. The first human wound the second had shown since his coronation. His fingers closed. Raal's neck broke immediately. There was no speech, no ceremony, no final oath. One instant he lived within his father's hand. The next, his body hung without resistance. The second continued holding him. The cortex pulsed behind them, failing in widening circles. The dead son's remaining eyes stared past the Primarch's face toward nothing. The second lowered him slowly. That hesitation was enough. The lion struck the throne connection. His broken sword entered the central bundle beneath the cortex and cut through 3 neural conduits. Black plating opened under the blade. Pale fluid erupted in a pressurized torrent. The psychic backlash crossed the planet. Millions of enthralled organisms died where they stood. Human soldiers collapsed with their skulls split by internal pressure. Alien thralls convulsed until bone tore through skin. Bioships in orbit lost command and rammed one another. Across the surface, Rangdan armies abandoned formation and attacked the nearest living thing. The second screamed. Russ reached him from behind. The Wolf King's axe struck the fused armor along the spine. The blade buried itself between pale plates. Black blood and strands of luminous nerve tissue burst around the haft. The Primarch dropped Raal. He turned with such force that Russ was torn from his footing. The axe remained lodged in the wound. The second backhanded him. Russ crossed the chamber and smashed through a tower of fused skeletons. The column collapsed over him in a storm of ancient bone. The lion pulled his blade free and struck again. The second caught the sword with his bare hand. The broken edge entered his palm. It cut through black tendons and exposed bone. He did not release it. He dragged the lion toward him and drove his forehead into his brother's helm. Ceramite split. The lion staggered. The second seized him by the throat and hurled him into a bridge crowded with dark angels and hybrid warriors. The structure broke beneath the impact. Bodies, armor, and shattered bone fell into the neural river below. Russ emerged from the ruin of the skeletal tower. Blood covered one side of his face. Several ribs pressed visibly against broken armor. He gripped the axe haft, protruding from the second's back, and wrenched it sideways. The wound opened. The Primarch roared and tore the weapon free himself. He swung the axe at Russ. Russ ducked beneath the blade. The second drove a knee into his chest. Armor collapsed inward. Russ fell to one knee, choking as broken ribs shifted inside him. The second struck again. Russ caught the blow on one forearm. The bone broke beneath the bracer. His hand dropped uselessly. The lion attacked from the flank. His short blade opened the second's abdomen. Black organs bulged through the wound, each wrapped in pale Xeno's fibers that tightened around the injury and began pulling it closed. The second seized one of the broken neural spines from his crown. He tore it from his own skull. Blood and psychic light erupted from the socket. He drove the spine through the lion's shoulder. The black spike penetrated armor, flesh and bone. The lion was pinned against the living wall behind him. The second left him there. A dark angel's dreadnought advanced through the smoke. Its chassis bore the scars of the chamber war. One arm ended in a power fist. The other carried a plasma weapon glowing near Overload. The ancient warrior inside raised the fist. For terror! The second met the charge. He allowed the dreadnought to strike. The power fist closed around his torso and crushed fused armor inward. Warning runes flared across the machine's hull. The entombed legionary tried to lift him. The Primarch seized the dreadnaught's sarcophagus with both hands. He tore it open. Armored plates peeled away. Cables snapped. Amniotic fluid poured across the floor. The ancient warrior within had no limbs left, only a pale torso fused to machinery. The second reached inside and pulled him free. The dreadnought screamed through external speakers, even after the body had been removed. The Primarch cast the crippled legionary aside and drove the stolen black spine into the machine's reactor housing. The dreadnought ruptured. A blast of plasma engulfed both of them. The second walked from the fire. His armor had burned away from one side of his body. Beneath it, Primarch flesh and Xeno's tissue moved together in obscene reconstruction. Russ charged again. He struck with his good hand, driving the second backward through the remains of the dreadnought. They grappled amid burning metal. The Primarch caught Russ beneath the jaw and forced him down. Black tendrils emerged from the wound in the second's palm. They entered the cracks in Russ's armor. Russ roared. The Xeno's tissue drove into his chest, following ruptured blood vessels toward the primary heart. It spread through the wounds like roots seeking water. Russ tried to tear free. The second held him in place. "You were always the easiest to understand," he said. "Loyalty made instinct. Violence made duty." Russ's teeth bared through blood. "And you were always too fond of hearing yourself speak." He drove his head forward. The impact broke both their noses. The grip loosened. Not enough. The black tissue reached deeper. Russ's primary heart began to fail. The lion tore the neural spine from his shoulder. He staggered from the wall, one arm hanging numb. His broken sword was gone. He seized the plasma weapon from the ruined dreadnought. The emitter screamed beneath unstable power. The lion aimed at Russ's chest. Russ saw him. For a moment, neither brother moved. Then the lion fired. Plasma struck the breach in Russ's armor. The blast burned through ceramite, flesh, and invading tissue. Black tendrils ignited inside the wound. Russ screamed as the contamination carbonized inches from his primary heart. The second recoiled. One arm burned to the bone. Russ collapsed. The lion discarded the failing weapon before it detonated. The throne chamber shook. Across the battlefield, surviving Rangdan organisms turned toward the central entrance. They stopped. The Emperor entered. He came without procession. Custodians followed at a distance, their golden armor blackened by war. Behind them, mortal soldiers fell to their knees without command. Some wept. Others stared as though seeing sunlight after a lifetime beneath the earth. The Rangdan recoiled. Hybrid warriors retreated. The hanging bodies above the chamber convulsed upon their cables. Rivers of neural fluid changed direction, flowing away from the master of mankind. The Emperor walked across the floor of dead faces. To some witnesses, he was a golden king bearing a sword of fire. To others, he appeared unarmored, a tall man with dark eyes and the exhausted stillness of a physician arriving too late. To the second, he appeared simply as his father. The Primarch stood amid his own blood and the blood of his brothers. Rahal's body lay behind him. The Emperor looked at it. Nothing in his expression could be named. The second followed his gaze. "He chose servitude. He chose refusal," said the Emperor. "He died for an oath you never honored." The Emperor continued forward. The second lifted his glaive. "You speak of mankind as though it were sacred, yet you spend it without hesitation. Billions dead for roads you do not explain. Worlds burned for a future none but you are permitted to see." The Emperor stopped. "You understood the crusade. I understood conquest. You understood necessity. I understood that humanity was material to you." The second's voice grew louder. The hanging bodies echoed it despite themselves. "Cities are material. Armies are material. Suns are material. Everything is consumed by a future you refuse to name." The Emperor regarded him. "Your objection is not that mankind was used." The Primarch's face hardened. "It is that I was. You were given purpose. I was denied authorship. You chose dominion over duty. I chose to become more than your instrument." "No." The Emperor's answer carried no anger. "You chose a throne because service wounded your pride." The second tightened his grip upon the glaive. "You diminish everything that threatens your certainty. I name it accurately. Then name what you feel now." The Emperor did not answer. The silence was not mercy. It was not sorrow. It gave the second nothing. That absence wounded him more deeply than accusation. The Primarch looked from the Emperor to Rahal's corpse. Then he reached for every surviving Rangdan mind. Across the planet, the remaining command network contracted. Feral armies stopped feeding. Bioships in orbit ceased their collisions. Processing cities turned every surviving thought toward the throne chamber. Billions of minds entered the second. Human captives, Rangdan command organisms, alien thralls, hybrid warriors, children remade as weapons, the dead whose nervous systems still retained function. All were driven into a single psychic assault. The pressure struck the Imperium. Astropaths aboard ships in orbit ruptured where they sat. Their bodies split along old scar lines. Blood flooded choir chambers. Some vanished in pillars of blue fire. Servitors across the battlefield collapsed at once. Machine-linked brains boiled inside metal skulls. Gun platforms rotated without command and fired into the ground. Unprotected mortals fell by the thousand. Blood poured from eyes and ears. Teeth cracked under clenching jaws. Men tore at their own faces, trying to escape voices that now spoke from inside their memories. The lion dropped to one knee. Russ rolled onto his back, clutching the burned cavity in his chest. Even the custodians staggered. The Emperor remained standing. The second raised both hands. The psychic assault became visible as distortion around him. The chamber bent inward. Skeleton towers curved. Rivers climbed their channels. The millions of hanging bodies opened their mouths and screamed as one. "You made me for conquest," the second said. His voice came from an entire species. "Be conquered." The assault struck the Emperor. What followed was not understood by any witness. There was a flash without light. Some remembered a sound they had heard before birth. Others felt the certainty that the stars had moved farther away. Russ later recalled the sensation of standing upon ice while something vast broke beneath it. The lion remembered no image at all, only the absolute conviction that every secret could be made to die. The Emperor reached toward the black crown. His hand did not seem to move. The crown broke. Every neural spine shattered at once. The second skull opened along the points where they had entered. Black blood rose into the air and hung there in perfect spheres. Across the surviving Rangdan network, an entire species discovered that its god could die. The psychic assault collapsed. The throne chamber filled with isolated screams. No chorus remained. No central will gathered them. The second fell to one knee. For the first time since the Living Gate had named him Brother of the Unmade, he was alone. He looked smaller, still immense, still a Primarch, but singular. The lion rose. Russ forced himself upright beside him. The second saw them coming. He lifted his glaive. His arm trembled. The lion attacked first. He had recovered a Deathwing blade from the dead. He drove it through the second's torso beneath the ribs, angled upward through fused organs and into the chest cavity. The Primarch caught his shoulder. His fingers crushed armor, but lacked the strength to tear it apart. Russ came from behind. He retrieved his axe from the floor. With one hand barely functioning and the other broken, he raised it overhead. The blade fell. It struck the exposed spine where Xenos armor had fused the second to the throne network. The first blow split plating. The second severed neural roots. The third destroyed the spine. The second convulsed. His legs failed. The lion kept the sword buried in his chest. Russ leaned upon the axe, breathing blood. The Primarch looked at both of them. There was no forgiveness in his face, no request for it. The Emperor approached. The second tried to speak. Only blood emerged. The Master of Mankind placed one hand upon his son's head. For an instant, the Primarch's eyes cleared. The blackness left them. He looked not like an emperor, nor a conqueror, nor the center of a Xenos civilization. He looked like a son who had traveled too far to return. Then his presence vanished from the warp. Not faded, not diminished. Gone. Every psyker in the chamber felt the absence. A shape that had existed since before memory had been removed so completely that reality seemed to close over it. The second's body went still. The lion withdrew his blade. Russ let the axe fall. The Emperor remained with one hand upon the dead Primarch's head. No witness could determine whether the gesture was benediction, verification, or farewell. The throne world began to die. Without the second's command, its systems turned upon one another. Digestive oceans reversed flow and flooded sensory cities. Command organs attacked neighboring tissue. Planetary arteries constricted until they burst. Whole armies became feral and tore at anything living, including themselves. The chamber floor heaved. A skeletal tower cracked and fell across the neural rivers. Hanging processors dropped from the ceiling in their thousands, cables snapping as bodies struck the ground. Warning signals erupted across every Imperial channel. The artificial gravity well at the planetary core destabilized. The world had been held together by directed biological control. Without it, mass shifted inward. Continents began sinking. Oceans poured through ruptures into the mantle. The core contracted faster with every second. A mechanicum voice transmitted the calculation. Total collapse projected in less than 1 hour. The Lion looked toward the sealed routes behind them. Our retreat paths are gone. The Emperor turned from the corpse. They will open. As if in answer, custodian vessels in orbit began firing upon the mantle above the throne chamber. Lance strikes bored downward through layers of living crust. Cyclonic charges detonated in sequence, carving an extraction shaft toward the surface. The chamber shook apart around the dead. Russ looked at Rahl's body. We cannot take them all. The Lion followed his gaze. Millions of Imperial soldiers remained trapped within the dying planet. Most would never reach the shaft. The Emperor gave the order. Withdraw the legions. Mortal officers heard. They understood. The nearest auxiliary commander removed his helm. His face was grey with blood loss. How long can we hold the chamber? The Lion answered him. Long enough. The officer nodded. No protest. No plea. He turned toward the approaching Rangdan horde and raised his sword. Solar Auxilia formed firing lines around the extraction route. Dark Angels and Space Wolves began withdrawing by companies. The wounded were dragged. Gene seed was recovered where time allowed. Where it did not, bodies were burned. The Emperor passed Rahl. He paused, only briefly. Then he continued toward the opening shaft, as the world folded inward around them. Behind him lay the son who had died unnamed, the son who had killed him, and the throne built from 1 billion dead. Within less than 1 hour, all of it would be gone. The throne world died by eating itself. Continents folded inward as the artificial gravity well deepened beneath them. Oceans of nutrient fluid poured through ruptures in the mantle and vanished into the contracting core. Cities that had served as eyes, ears, and memory organs tore free from their foundations, sliding across the surface in avalanches of living metal and fused bone. The Imperial armies fled through a world convulsing around them. Discipline survived first. Dark Angels formed rearguards along the extraction corridors, firing in controlled volleys, while Space Wolves' packs struck at anything that broke through the lines. Mechanicum cohorts dragged damaged engines toward the landing fields. Solar Auxilia officers gathered survivors beneath ruined standards and forced them onward through falling ash. Then the planet's death accelerated. Passages collapsed. Teleport homers failed. Landing zones vanished beneath rupturing ground. The surviving Rangdan no longer obeyed any central will. They attacked everything around. Them, Imperials, thralls, one another, even the living architecture that had sustained them. Command organisms tore themselves open. Hybrid soldiers howled in voices stolen from dead legionaries and charged into weapons fire without coordination. A tide of black-limbed creatures struck the western evacuation route. Dark Angels met it behind a barricade built from wrecked tanks. Bolters hammered. Plasma burned holes through the mass. The first ranks fell, but the bodies behind them climbed over the dead. Space Wolves leapt onto the barricade and fought with axes, knives, and broken chainswords. One warrior lost an arm and continued striking with the severed limb still clenched in the other hand. Mechanicum automata turned their weapons upon the swarm. Then their control signals failed. 2 battle constructs attacked the Imperial line. One tore through an auxiliary cohort before a knight crushed it beneath a chain blade. The second was destroyed by its own handlers, who detonated the reactor while still linked to the machine. The extraction fields became charnel grounds. Stormbirds descended through falling debris and landed among crowds too large to embark. Thunderhawks took off overloaded, their ramps still closing as men clung to the outer hull. Transports lifted with wounded soldiers packed into ammunition bays, access shafts and landing gear recesses. Ships abandoned fields before all personnel had boarded. Some captains waited too long and died. Others departed early and survived. The distinction would later be called necessity. At the primary landing zone, a solar auxiliary colonel fired his pistol into the air until the weapon clicked empty. "Hold the line!" he shouted. No one heard him. Thousands rushed toward the nearest transport. Soldiers cast away rifles. Wounded men were trampled beneath boots. A cohort banner disappeared into the crowd and emerged torn in half. The transport's ramp began to rise. Men climbed onto it. Those nearest the engines caught fire as the vessel increased thrust. Others clung to the hull until acceleration tore them free. The colonel watched the ship ascend. Then the ground opened beneath him. He fell with the landing field into darkness. The Lion did not leave. He stood within the collapsing throne chamber, while the final Imperial formations withdrew around him. The Emperor had already moved toward the extraction shaft. Russ had been carried away by his sons, conscious but unable to stand without support. The Lion remained beside the second. There was little left that resembled a Primarch. The body had begun disintegrating almost immediately after death. Xenos tissues consumed themselves. Fused armor cracked as internal structures collapsed. Black fluids leaked from the corpse and evaporated before touching the floor. The face was gone. The hands were gone. The chest had fallen inward around the wound made by the Lion's blade. Only fragments remained. Pieces of pale armor fused to older Legion plate. Sections of the broken crown, the original power glaive. The Lion bent and lifted the weapon. Its haft bore marks from campaigns that no record would soon contain. The grip had been worn smooth by a hand that no history would admit had existed. The blade still carried the old oath inscription along its base. No will above the Emperor. The words had survived him. The Emperor returned to the chamber alone. The Lion turned. The remains are not secure. They will be. Custodians entered behind him, carrying black reliquary vaults. Null field generators surrounded each container. The air distorted around them. Psychic residue vanished wherever they passed. The Lion held out the glaive. The Emperor looked at it for a long time. "Seal it." The custodians took the weapon. Fragments of armor followed. Each piece of the broken crown was lifted with tools that allowed no direct contact. One spine still twitched as it was placed inside the vault. The Lion looked toward the ruin of the corpse. Nothing else. Nothing recognizable. Then the world will consume the rest. Yes. The Emperor gave no order of mourning. No name was spoken. The vaults closed. Null shields activated. The last material evidence of the second Primarch disappeared behind black metal. The Lion left the throne chamber as the ceiling began to fall. The extraction shaft opened above them in a column of fire. Custodian vessels had burned through the mantle from orbit. Molten rock and living tissue rained down the shaft. Grav lifters climbed through it carrying the sealed vaults. The Lion boarded the last of them. Below, the throne chamber collapsed. Towers of fused skeletons broke apart. Rivers of neural fluid flooded the central abyss. Rael's body vanished beneath the ruin beside the father he had betrayed to save an Imperium that would forget him. The world contracted. Imperial ships accelerated away. Some did not clear the gravity well in time. Frigates turned stern first toward the planet and burned their engines beyond safe tolerance. Reactor housings ruptured, hulls stretched, crewmen were crushed against bulkheads as gravity increased. A solar auxiliary transport, carrying more than 100,000 survivors, lost thrust. Its captain transmitted no plea. The vessel fell backward. It struck the planet just before the final collapse and disappeared without visible impact. The core world folded inward. For several seconds, it became smaller than its own mass permitted. Continental armor plates compressed around seas, cities, and armies. The artificial gravity well deepened into a black point, surrounded by a halo of broken light. Then the world ceased to be a world. The point imploded. A wave crossed the system. Wreckage, corpses, and crippled vessels were drawn inward. The Imperial fleet fled ahead of it. Void shields failed. Smaller ships vanished. Larger ones were hurled from formation. The Bucephalus remained at the center of the retreat. Its golden hull burned against the darkness. Behind it, the throne of 1 billion dead collapsed into silence. The surviving warriors of the Second Legion were gathered aboard a nameless fleet anchorage 3 systems beyond the destruction. Russ supervised the judgment. He stood beneath the armor glass of an embarkation hall, while hundreds of pale armored legionaries waited in restrained ranks. Some bore no visible alteration. Others carried black veins beneath the skin, additional organs beneath the ribs or neural spines grafted into the base of the skull. Apothecaries moved among them. Dark angels observed from the upper galleries. Custodians guarded every exit. The process was simple because mercy had already been excluded. Those bearing Rangdan alteration were separated. Some resisted. Most did not. A captain of the second removed his helm and placed it at his feet. "I heard him," he said, "but I did not obey." Russ looked at the black structure visible beneath the captain's throat. "You carried him." "I fought him." "You carried him." The captain nodded. "Then make it quick." Russ did. Executions continued for 3 days. Bolters fired within sealed chambers. Bodies were burned. Gene seed was destroyed. Armor was melted or stripped of heraldry before being returned to mechanicum furnaces. The uncorrupted legionaries were moved elsewhere. No public order recorded their destination. Some entered transports under Dark Angel's guard. Others were taken by officers bearing sigils from legions that had never fought in the Rangdan theater. Their names disappeared from fleet rolls. Their gene seed records were broken apart and assigned new designations. Later centuries would produce rumors. Warriors of unfamiliar temperament appearing within established legions. Companies whose genetic profiles showed unexplained divergence. Battle brothers who remembered campaigns no archive contained, no proof survived. That was the intention. The biopogroms lasted a decade. The war did not end with the second's death. Without his command, the Rangdan Empire became a wilderness of predation. Fleets attacked inhabited systems without strategy. Thrall worlds collapsed into cannibal war. Hidden command nodes awakened and attempted to rebuild fragments of the old network. The Dark Angels and Space Wolves moved from system to system. They did not reconquer. They erased. Contaminated planets were subjected to bombardment until no biological matter remained. Oceans were burned. Atmospheres were stripped. Continental plates were cracked by cyclonic warheads. Some populations passed every purity test available to the Imperium. They died anyway. On Belisar Tertius, gene screens found no Xenos tissue. Psychers detected no command resonance. The population had resisted Rangdan occupation and preserved Imperial shrines throughout the war. The Lion ordered extermination. His officers obeyed. On Skara's rest, the governor presented records proving that no enemy vessel had entered orbit. Russ destroyed the world because the records could have been falsified. Uncertainty became guilt. Possibility became contamination. System by system, the exclusion zones widened. Where once there had been trade routes, hive worlds, and expeditionary depots, there remained dead rocks circling silent stars. The Imperium called it quarantine. Those who carried it out knew the better word. Memory was culled with flesh. Fleet designations vanished from official rolls. Campaign banners were removed from Legion halls. Statues were dismantled at night. Their stone was crushed and used in fortifications where no inscription remained visible. Remembrancers who had recorded the early Xenocides were arrested. Some disappeared into oubliettes beneath Terra. Others received altered manuscripts and orders to copy them in their own hand. Images showing pale armored warriors were reduced to blank spaces. Names were cut from plaques. Expeditionary fleets were reassigned to commanders who had never led them. Whole campaigns became victories of the First. Others were attributed to the Sixth. A few were recorded as isolated mechanicum actions or catastrophes caused by failed warp translation. Administrators received replacement histories. The corrections contradicted surviving records, so the surviving records were destroyed. Where contradiction remained, witnesses were removed. Malcador dealt with what paper could not contain. The surviving primarchs and commanders came before him beneath the Imperial Palace. The chambers were sealed against psychic intrusion. Sigillite adepts prepared mnemonic engines. Custodians stood outside the doors and heard nothing. Memory could not be erased cleanly from beings such as the primarchs. Too much of them resisted. Too much of the past had entered instinct, habit, and wound. Malcador did not remove everything. He replaced certainty. Names became pain. Images became aversion. Questions encountered walls of exhaustion and anger before they could fully form. The lion emerged, remembering that he had performed a necessary duty in the dark reaches of the crusade. He remembered fleets, fire, and a brother-shaped absence. He could not summon the face. Russ remembered that he had once killed something he loved. He remembered blood on his hands and the sound of a neck breaking. He did not remember whose. When he tried, grief became rage. When rage failed, only silence remained. Other commanders retained fragments: a glaive without an owner, a throne without a king, a pale heraldry glimpsed beneath black paint. They learned not to ask. The Emperor ordered the Second Legion's plinth left empty. Within the halls where the legions were represented, the absence remained between its brothers. No statue was raised, no plaque was installed, no official mark explained what had been removed. Those permitted to understand saw warning in the emptiness. A sun could fail. A legion could be judged. An empire could be forced to forget its own blood. To everyone else, the explanation was simpler. There had never been a Second Legion. No Primarch had borne its number. No expeditionary fleets had followed its banners. No world had ever knelt to its compliance. Absence became doctrine. Doctrine became fact. The Great Crusade continued. Publicly, the Imperium did not falter. New worlds were brought into compliance. New fleets departed Terra. Triumphs replaced losses. The species advanced beneath the certainty that its demigods were united in purpose. Privately, something changed. The Primarchs trusted their father less. They could not always say why. Some noticed gaps in the fleet rolls. Others found that their memories contained campaigns without beginnings or endings. A few observed warriors within neighboring legions whose genetic traits did not match expected lineage. Questions circulated. They were rarely spoken where Malcador's agents could hear. The Emperor's sons looked at the empty plinth and felt anger without an object. The Imperium survived the truth. It did not survive unchanged. 10,000 years later, an inquisitorial excavation team entered a dead world within what ancient charts called the Rangdan exclusion zones. The planet had no atmosphere, no life, no recorded human settlement. Beneath its northern hemisphere, auger scans found a chamber constructed from materials older than the Imperium. The team descended through kilometers of vitrified rock. They found a vault door sealed by null fields that should have failed millennia before. Its surface bore no high Gothic inscription, only a numeral: 2. The Inquisitor in command ordered every picked capture isolated. The vault's outer archives identified the chamber as empty. All inventory records listed no contents. All security protocols stated that nothing had ever been placed within. Yet the doors were guarded by eroded symbols of a legion no approved history recognized. A broken glaive, a crown of black spines, a field of pale armor without a name. The excavation team breached the outer seal. The null fields died. Every astropath aboard the orbital vessel screamed. One remained silent. He sat at the center of the choir chamber, while the others convulsed around him. Blood ran from their eyes. Restraint thrones cracked beneath psychic pressure. The silent astropath lifted his head. He was smiling. A transmission had reached him from beyond the galactic edge. It carried no recognized origin. No warp signature followed a lawful route. The voice within it was calm, severe, and unmistakably human. The throne was destroyed. The astropath's smile widened. The Empire was not. He tore open his own throat with both hands. Blood flooded his robes. Before death reached him, he dipped one finger into the wound and drew a crown upon the floor. Black spines around an empty center. The symbol pulsed once. The signal entered the next astropath, then the next. Beyond the dead world, far outside the light of the Astronomicon, something vast turned toward mankind.